Seeking Out My Mother in Another World. By Yu Fujiwara. Volume 7. There Are Secrets in the Void Forest. Translated by SHM Translations. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 36. Shadow Falling Over the Village. Chapter 36.1. First Adventure. As autumn deepens, what is the neighbor up to? Though when I say neighbor, there's quite a distance between us. So, the day has come for us to investigate the Elven settlement that, like us, resides within the forest. The members of our party are me, Karen, Birdsan and Schneesan, the Ajisha twins, and Noah and Parkasan, 8 in total. Bark. Of course, you're coming too, Chocola. To be precise, it's 8 people and 1 animal. 2 weeks have passed since the party celebrating Birdsan and Schneesan's marriage. After returning to the forest with Pochi and the others to recharge, we've come back to Sidira. The settlement we're investigating is a village inhabited by one of the 6 founding Elven clans, the Afanak. According to the global positioning magic, it's located in the mid-parts of the Void Forest. However, the forest is vast, making the route a bit tricky. About 10 days one way. The day before departure, in the guild's meeting room, Birdsan spread out a map and said this. The Void Forest covers most of the northeastern Gregorum region. The northern edge, where G. Liz's settlement is located, has been significantly eroded by an inland bay. Ignoring that, the forest is roughly circular, radiating outward from the area where our house is located. Sidira is situated at the southern edge, but the other gaps are surrounded by high mountain ranges. Birdsan's thick finger points to the map. Sidira is here. The Elven settlement should be around here. It's quite a bit west. Right. So our route will be to travel clockwise around the outer edge from here. Going straight would mean traveling through the middle parts for the entire journey. Given our strength, wouldn't it be fine to go straight? Sway is with us, after all. I'm sorry, Polk Rurudono. That's neither possible nor advisable. Parkasan's question was met with a shake of the head from Rick, the elder twin of the Ajisha siblings. This investigation is primarily my and Noemi's responsibility. So, in a way, we've requested your cooperation. Yes, and although we possess the title of witch, we are still lacking in strength. We don't have the magic to contend with the mid-levels of this forest. Noemi, the twin sister, added in agreement. This is, after all, our mission. We can't rely entirely on you. I apologize for our selfishness, but I hope you understand. Oh, if that's the case, you should have said so sooner. Parkasan said with a shrug, simultaneously giving Rick and Noemi a friendly pat on the shoulder. That's the spirit. I like it. You'll become strong for sure. Leave it to us. We'll give you our full support, she said, her face breaking into a grin that looked almost fierce. Birdsan and Schneesan exchanged wry smiles. Well, if you're going all out, we wouldn't need to be here. This time, let's stick to Sidera's way. Focusing on collective movement rather than individual prowess, prioritizing safety. It wasn't humility but fact. When it comes to magic, they are the least skilled among the mages present. Their combat capabilities fall far short. In this world, the concept of strength is quite skewed due to the presence of magic. Simply put, there is no notion of quality over quantity. Quality always surpasses quantity, and exceptional individual power can overcome any number of lesser opponents. For example, Karen and my mother can easily venture into the depths of the forest alone. For example, Birdsan's team can't advance beyond the mid-levels of the forest. For example, a single mutated creature can pose a significant threat to a dragon settlement. Great combat power and outstanding magical ability surpass all else. No matter how well coordinated an army or how skilled a knightly order might be, they cannot overcome a single witch. This is also why the Sorks Kingdom holds my mother, the world's strongest witch, Viol Ella Muker Hateno, in such high regard, granting her even the title of Deer Slayer. Her mere presence serves as a deterrent against the state. Compared to the fact that the heavenly bell which resides within the kingdom, any disrespect or arrogance towards the royal family seems insignificant. Having returned to this world for 7.5 months, I have finally come to understand this reality. At the same time, I realize that not only my mother but also Karen, Chocola, and I ourselves are similarly dangerous. Still, despite this, Bird-san and Schnee-san's magical prowess and combat abilities are far inferior to ours. Everyone understands that. And yet, the respect everyone here holds for them remains unwavering. The clients are Rick and Noemi, and we're here to assist them. Bird-san is the leader, with Schnee-san as the deputy. Once we enter the forest, we'll follow Bird-san and Schnee-san's instructions. We're counting on you both. There are things that we, myself, Karen, Chocola, and even Mother, cannot do. Leading a group of adventurers into the forest, avoiding as many dangers as possible, and ensuring everyone returns alive. Not missing a single trace of monsters, preparing for every possible situation. In terms of surviving the Void Forest, these two are the ultimate specialists. In reality, our destination is a place adventurers don't usually go, and the forest is in rough shape. We don't know what might happen, so stay alert. In return, if any mutant appears, leave it to us. Of course, we intend to avoid them as much as possible. Bird-san and Schnee-san smiled at my words and looked around at everyone. Of course, not only Rick-san and Noema-san, whom I always look up to, but also Noah and Parker-san, with whom I have done investigations before, were looking at the two with great trust. Yes, I'm looking forward to it. I'll learn a lot from Schnee-san's scouting skills. It will definitely be useful for my life at home. Bark. Karen also fired herself up with enthusiasm, while Chocola, whether understanding or not, panted with his tongue out. Honestly, my heart was bubbling with excitement. After all, this was the first time since coming to this world that I would be doing something truly adventurer-like. And with trusted friends by my side. We'll gather and organize the supplies today. We'll leave early tomorrow. Be careful not to overeat or overdrink, and make sure to rest well. Yes. Chapter 36.2. So, I'll carry the luggage. The next day arrived. Thus, the investigation team for the Elven settlement, our temporary party, was formed and departed from the main gate of Sidira. By the way, it had only been about half a month since Pochi and we of the Hateno family made a round trip, so, generally speaking, it was still a restricted period. Adventurer activities were limited, and this was a special exception. However, the situation where one of the members who caused the forest to be off-limits due to disrupting it with a wagon is now entering the forest during the restricted period. It feels quite like a self-righteous bastard and extremely apologetic. We have compensated the adventurers from Mother's and my own pockets, and they seem to be happy with getting paid even though it's their day off. Still, I worry that someone might try to break the ban and enter the forest like last time. It's not a certainty, but it should be okay, said Bird-san. Given the precedent, the fact that they nearly got killed by a mutant is enough to scare any adventurer. Besides, the ones who caused that trouble are now leading the patrols. Among the party that caused the commotion, two who are still adventurers, the brother and sister with no other family, deeply regret their actions. They now stand guard through the night in front of the gate and patrol the ramparts to prevent anyone from repeating their mistake. As for the remaining two, one is serving a labor punishment, and the other has retired from adventuring. The leader who suggested breaking the ban and the youngest girl who opposed it until the end. Even so, both of them seem to regret their crimes and are moving forward with determination. I am in no position to comment on that party. Whether they repent, make amends, are forgiven, or punished is for them and the adventurers of Sidira to decide. I just hope that, since everyone returned safely, we can avoid any unfortunate outcomes. Well, it should be fine. I'll be keeping an eye on things, and you're here too. Why me? Zor's little sister, the youngest one. She's currently working at a consomme production plant. Not only did you save her life, but you also helped her find a job after retirement. I see. Of course, everyone else is grateful to you as well. Thanks to you, they're able to hold on, atone for their sins, and think about what comes next. That seems like an exaggeration. It makes me feel awkward and, in turn, apologetic. In fact, I think Bird-san, who keeps track of everyone's movements and watches over the situation, deserves more praise. Isn't he being too considerate? Captain, Sway. Stop chatting for a moment. This area is a bit suspicious. There might be beasts around. As we walked through the forest, our conversation was interrupted by Schneesan's warning. I can't tell. How about you, Chocola? Bark. Karen, who is trying to learn Schneesan's scouting techniques, let out a frustrated noise. Chocola looked confused and only made a small sound. Well, I don't have definite proof either. It's not from any visible signs like footprints or droppings, just a vague feeling. Besides, Karen and Chocola are strong. Any beasts here wouldn't even be weaklings, so it's not impossible even without a keen nose. When Schneesan, who was leading, stopped, the entire group came to a halt. Schneesan licked his fingers, rubbed them together, and then felt the wind. After closing his eyes to sense the surroundings, he eventually turned back without looking at us and said, I take that back. Instead, let's make a bit of noise to distract any beasts from our presence. Just keep chatting casually. I see. That's another way to deter beasts. Master, won't making noise attract the beasts instead? Ah, it might. Schneesan smiled in response to Noemi-san's question. But that means they're on edge. Their presence is obvious, and you can predict when they'll come. So, yeah, just don't let your guard down. Stay vigilant. Yes. Noemi-san responded energetically. Karen, with a look of exasperation, muttered, Noemi, you're like a dog. I can almost see the wagging tail. What? Good, good. Chocola is smart and can stay alert. Bark. Karen's comment made Parker-san glare at her with a reproachful look. Hey, Karen, why did you say that while looking at me? I'm not a child who can't control her tail. Sometimes when talking to Nope, you do wag it. That's a lie. Parker-san blushed and placed a hand on her rear. It seems beastkins' tails move according to their emotions, but controlling them with reason is seen as a sign of maturity. Ha ha ha, it's fine, Parker. It just means you care about me. Shut up. Parker-san, with a red face, smacked Noah on the head, and Noah, smiling despite being smacked, seemed to be enjoying it. While it was a kind of interaction I would never have with Karen, their camaraderie was endearing. As we resumed our walk, Rick-san suddenly asked, By the way, Sway-san, is that really not too heavy? Oh, it's totally fine. He was referring to the backpack on my back. It was indeed understandable for him to be concerned. After all, it was enormous. It was packed with emergency rations, cooking utensils, medicinal supplies, everything needed for the forest, for 8 people plus 1 animal. The bulging pack was higher than my head and wider than my shoulders, weighing heavily on both. I'm fine, but it's a bit unsettling that you, being the strongest among us, are carrying it. Actually, I'm enjoying it quite a bit. Yes. My role in this party is to be the porter carrying the supplies. When Bird-san assigned me this task, I couldn't help but dance inside. After all, being a porter, it's a classic trope in entertainment where the character is exiled, right? It's a protagonist's job. To be able to do this in another world, of course, it gets me excited. Though being exiled would be problematic. Well, I couldn't explain it, so I didn't tell anyone else. And it's perfect for the role. Bird-san truly understands. Is that so? Yes, because these supplies are vital to everyone's survival. Typically, transporting supplies is assigned to those with lower combat abilities. However, in survival situations within a forest, these supplies are crucial for life and death. Therefore, the porter must always be protected by someone with high combat skills. So, how about our party? I can continue to use body enhancement to manage this heavy load without trouble. Furthermore, my combat style doesn't involve swinging a sword or rapid movements, so even if enemies attack, the heavy backpack won't be a hindrance. Moreover, I don't need a bodyguard, so the others can focus on their tasks without worrying about the supplies. For these reasons, I am the most suitable person for carrying the load. If you think of it as carrying everyone's lives, it will motivate you. I see. As expected of Bird-san. That's not an easy strategy one would come up with. Well, if I get tired, we'll switch out. but I think I'll be fine. Please trust me with it. What made me happiest was that they didn't treat me like a guest. Even knowing my abilities, they didn't rely on them and straightforwardly said, "You'll carry our supplies." They treated me as a fellow adventurer, not as a special case. Bird-san and the others never thought, "He has cheats, so let him use them." Bark. That's right. Your dog food is in there, too. I waved my hand in front of the snout that had come up beside me, the playful Chocola, who was hopping around. It's probably gone by now. Most likely a bat cat or something. It's good at hiding its presence but is cowardly and won't attack recklessly. Schnee-san informed us, and a sense of relief spread through the group. Hey, don't let your guard down. We're about to enter an area we usually avoid. There probably won't be anything too dangerous, but assuming otherwise could lead to disaster. Section. To be honest, when it's just us living in the depths, this area on the surface doesn't warrant much caution. I'd be lying on Pochi's back, singing a tune, and watching the sky with Mint in my arms. Well, maybe I'd still do that even in the depths. But this time is different. We're not on a journey protected by barriers, where we can advance without worry. Bird-san, Schnee-san, Noah, Parker-san, Rick-san, and Noema-san, they face the forest without any cheats or special aids. We can't afford to be lax and disrespectful. My barrier operates automatically for those I consider family, but for others, it requires conscious effort to maintain its effectiveness. Keeping it active 24/7, except in emergencies, is not feasible. They never asked me to use my barrier to make things easier for them. So, to honor their feelings, I have to do my best as an adventurer. The load is light, but the responsibility is heavy. I refocused my determination and tightened my grip on the straps of the large backpack. Section. Here's a summary of Sway's barrier capabilities. For home and family, including garden and farm. Fully automatic. Functions automatically, even in Sway's absence or unconscious state. For others. Semi-automatic. Activated if Sway consciously decides to protect someone and is present at the location. Difficulty in certain conditions. For example, if Sway is asleep, it's challenging to maintain, though it can still function for up to around 48 hours. Customizable. Sway can manually adjust or deactivate the barrier as needed. For this investigation, the barrier is active for unexpected and unmanageable assaults but is otherwise turned off. Chapter 36.3. Thus, the sun began to set over the forest. Our journey through the woods, following the ways of seasoned adventurers, was both fresh and filled with valuable lessons. From the methods of scouting, to caution, the pacing of our march, how to respond to sudden changes, and even the paths we chose, all of it reflected Schnee-san's knowledge, skills, instincts, and judgment. What seemed like an ordinary thicket turned out to be a cluster of plants covered in leeches. We learned to avoid staying too close to rivers, as beasts tend to gather there. Schnee-san only needed to rub the soil between his fingers to detect the presence of venomous snakes. No sooner had he warned us that monsters were tracking us than we found ourselves under attack. Impressed, the members of the Hateno family whispered among themselves. Wow. I'm realizing how much we've been moving without a thought up until now. I want to learn and master as much of these skills as I can. Karen, you've always been good at survival skills. For someone like me, it's too hard to even know where to start. The things a true expert does are just on another level. Bark, Kuan. Even your wild instincts lose out sometimes, don't they? I guess it can't be helped since you were raised in Japan. Kiyu. Though we had set out early in the morning and barely took any breaks, the preparations for camping began early in the evening. We had to ensure everything was ready before the sun fully set. I unfolded the canvas stored in my pack and used locally sourced poles to craft a simple tent, just a roof, nothing more. Beneath it, I built a frame from branches and laid out leaves to create a makeshift bed. You must never sleep directly on the ground, as insects, snakes, and scorpions will attack your skin without mercy. Around the tent, I set up a thick ring of insect-repelling incense, hanging some and placing others on the ground. The distinctive fragrance wasn't unpleasant. In fact, it reminded me of walking into the Adventurers Guild back in town. Ah, This must be the scent of adventurers. Beside the tent, I built a campfire. With that, our campsite was complete. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, I placed a pot over the fire, added ingredients, and prepared dinner. It's still fine now, since it's autumn. But when winter comes, we'll need a more proper tent. Sleeping exposed to the elements will freeze you to death. Bird-san explained as we ate. That means we'll have to carry even more gear. Yeah. That's why travel plans get shorter in the winter, and big expeditions aren't done much at all. In about a month, Schnee and I will finish our duties for the year. In winter, adventurers mostly focus on light gathering tasks, Bird-san continued bitterly. As the season changes, the earnings drop too. If you haven't saved up enough, you're in trouble. Some of the younger ones don't think ahead, blow through their money, and end up in debt. It's not uncommon to hear about people ruining their lives that way. That's unfortunate. Just then, Schnee-san raised his bowl and swirled the contents inside. Well, this year might be better. There's one more job to rely on now. Sway, it's thanks to your work. Ah. The consomme. Since spring, the Guildmaster's been scaling up production. We've even started importing meat from other towns because we can't supply enough from here. It's been half a year since I came up with the idea of powdered consomme and suggested manufacturing it here. At first, the plan was to distribute samples to adventurers and gather feedback, but Guildmaster Cliché was already preparing for full production. Impressive, to say the least. As a result, proper manufacturing is now underway, and by winter, we should be ready to launch it on a larger scale. Well, at first, it'll probably fetch a decent price. But more than that, what's really important right now is that the money is starting to circulate. Bird-san grinned. A new product fuels the economy. Increased production of materials, the construction of manufacturing facilities, the wages of the workers involved, and the customers eager to buy. If my idea is helping enrich the town of Sidira, there's nothing that makes me happier. Rick-san and Noema-san spoke as they scooped up some of the consomme stew with their spoons. We eat this when we go into the forest, and it's amazing. It's convenient, and you never get tired of it. I like adding a bit of fish sauce. It's nice that you can tweak the flavor however you want. Next, Noah and Parker-san chimed in. Sesame goes well with it too. You can sprinkle it on or drizzle some sesame oil. I wasn't a fan of hard bread, but after soaking it in this, I actually like it now. Foo foo foo. Karen flashed a triumphant grin, clearly proud of herself. I mean, it's nice that she feels this way, as if it's her own creation, but nom. Tasty. Nom. For once, Chocola's meal consisted of fresh meat. It was a wild bird called a red-eyed pheasant that Schnee-san shot along the way rather than us hunting it. Incidentally, the same bird was in the pot. I've only seen pictures of pheasants back in Japan, but this one was probably 3 times the size. We got plenty of meat from it, enough to fill all 8 of us and Chocola. The pheasant meat, along with wild herbs we gathered in the forest, was simmered in consomme. We then added various seasonings and soaked hard bread in the stew. It wasn't as elaborate as our usual meals, but for adventurers eating in the woods, it was considered quite luxurious. I hope someday this becomes the norm. As I mused over this, I filled the kettle with tea leaves, a famous Sidira blend, made from black tea mixed with various herbs and spices. Schnee-san, is this about right? Yeah, that's good. Now, let it brew in cold water. When you're on night watch, warm it up over the fire for whoever's next. If you add sugar, it'll give the sleepy ones a burst of energy. Unlike the journey by lizard carriage, where we took turns resting during the day, everyone stayed awake to travel. So our night watch shifts were only about 3 hours each. My turn would come around midnight. Alright, once you're done eating, those not on the night watch should get some rest early. This 10-day expedition is going to be a long haul. If you misjudge when to rest on the first day, it'll only get harder later on. Bird-san clapped his hands together. We all responded, quickly finishing off the stew in our bowls, stretching, and loosening up our bodies. Chapter 36.4 Night Talks. In the dead of night, Karen shook me awake. It was my turn for the night watch. Noah, also awake, and I stepped out of the tent and made our way to the campfire. There, Parker-san, who was on the night watch with Karen, handed us a cup. "Here, take this." "Oh, thank you. Thanks a lot." The sugar-blended tea was quite bitter yet sweet, and it seemed to wake up my foggy mind. It felt like it revitalized every part of my body. "Well then, we're going to bed. Noah, don't forget to flip the hourglass." Karen and Parker-san called out to us as we stretched and then slipped into their blankets under the tent. The night watch is on a roughly 3-hour rotation. From what I can tell, the party began sleeping around 8 p.m., so it's probably about 11 p.m. now. Noah and I will keep watch until 2 a.m., and then Rick-san and Noemi-san will take over. Given the rotation, we'll have a night without watch about once every 3 days. Tonight, it's Bird-san and Schnee-san's turn. It's probably a consideration of seniority to have us do it while we're still fresh on the first night. Bark. "What's up, Chocola? Did you wake up?" Bark. As Noah and I sat around the campfire, Chocola quietly came from the darkness and lay down beside us. When I petted his back, he squirmed a bit, probably annoyed by being disturbed from sleep. Even so, he must have sensed my presence and came over. In the quiet night, the crackling of the burning wood echoed softly. It goes without saying, but we must keep quiet during the night watch. Making noise would disturb everyone's sleep. The only time noise is allowed is when beasts attack, though, given that I have the barrier active, we're safe from any threats. I spoke softly to Noah. "By the way, how's business in the capital?" "Ah, it's going extremely well. I could say it's practically out of my hands now." Noah replied in a whisper, grinning. "Fujimiya and Utoshuku. Ah, the nobles who were criticizing me. Their faces were quite a sight. The Fujimiya territory is known for its hardy flower fields, and the Utoshuku frontier has abundant seaweed. Both are essential for making sesame tofu. In particular, Utoshuku had poor fishing due to its geography, despite having access to the sea. They went from turning their backs to embracing it. So, is seaweed stock starting to spread? Yes. Besides Noah's night clouds, it's being used in various dishes. It's likely that it will be re-imported from the capital to Sidir soon. However, it seems it's not yet reaching the general households. The reason is water. The continent uses hard water for drinking and daily use, which is unsuitable for making seaweed broth. People here, who are unfamiliar with the concept of umami in broth, wouldn't be able to appreciate the effects of boiling dried seaweed in hard water. On the other hand, magically created water is different. Called magical water, it's soft water with minimal metal content. Though it's expensive and not used daily, it has a steady demand among adventurers on expeditions and in restaurant drinking water. It's suitable for making seaweed broth. As a result, sesame tofu, Noah's night clouds, is currently a dish served in restaurants and cafes rather than made in common households, and the wholesale price of dried seaweed is also relatively high. Indeed, drying and labor costs are significant, and large-scale production isn't feasible. It can't compare to Japan. On the other hand, the high-end nature of it appeals to Utoshuku's pride. Such people often look down on low-margin, high-volume sales as a lower-class trade. They were the ones who interfered with Noah and hurt his family. Seeing them benefit from the current situation, I can't help but feel a bit of resentment. If it were purely emotional, I'd almost want them to fall from grace and face consequences. But political maneuvering is undoubtedly more complicated than I can imagine. Though Fujimiya and Utoshuku are financially better off, their reputations among the nobles are in tatters, and they're whispered about in high society. Since Noah and the others are okay with it, my opinion is probably unnecessary. Looking at it from a long-term perspective, it's a complete victory for us. By providing them with good business and prosperity, the current generation will begrudgingly accept it, while the next generation will be grateful and obedient. In 30 years, both families will likely become loyal vassals of the royal family. I see. So, you're saying it's about giving benefits and gaining influence in return. The business will be passed on to the next generation, but rebelliousness and animosity won't be inherited. Instead, it will turn into loyalty. Such indirect methods to defeat enemies while keeping future prospects in mind, that's impressive. Moreover, my sister-in-law's family is excited. The territory of the Ruktogalka Marquisate is cold, so it's known for its aromatic vegetables. They're eagerly awaiting the spread of consommé. Your sister-in-law is Noah's brother's wife, right? Yes, the eldest. In other words, the crown princess. Wow. We've ended up in quite a place. Well, as long as they're not unscrupulous nobles, they can do as they please. From what I hear, the royal family is composed of benevolent people who care about the commoners. Otherwise, my mother wouldn't be serving this country, even if just nominally. Well, let's avoid political talk. Besides, no one would ask for your help anyway. Noah shrugged at my expression, then relaxed and showed a bit of nostalgia. However, putting that aside, I'd like to introduce you to my family someday. That would be nice. But the capital. I wonder if I'll have the chance to go. Indeed, traveling overland would be too long. If the opportunity arises, I'll ask G-Liz. The king and queen are friends with my parents, right? I'd like to hear stories about my father and mother from back then. When winter deepens and we're free, feel free to visit. We're also related through Sub-Zero Dono. There's no need to hesitate about any formalities. I don't really feel it, though. My maternal family is a marquisate, and my great-aunt married into the royal family. I'd never believe it if I heard it when I was in Japan. Noah looked at me with a gentle expression. While adding logs to the fire, he said, "It's fine if you don't feel it." He looked pleased. And proud. You are my friend, an adventurer in Sidira, and a reliable companion. Here in the depths of the forest at night, what more could you need? Yeah, you're right. I looked up at the starry sky. The distant howls of beasts. The wind rustled the trees ominously, hinting that monsters might attack from the darkness at any moment. It's just like the first night I arrived here. Unlike back then, I'm not protected at home. But instead, Noah is here, everyone is here, I'm aware of my strength, and I'm getting used to living in the forest. So even amidst the exposure, I can find comfort in just petting Chocola's back instead of holding her tight. Bark. Chocola had curled up and was almost asleep. We are steadily growing. It's the night wind that made me feel that way. Chapter 36.5. We were all surprised when we arrived. The adventure, such a romantic word, had been going smoothly. After the second day, we hadn't faced any major trouble. There had been only a few monster attacks, and thankfully, no mutants appeared. It was almost too calm. The word uneventful seemed fitting. To begin with, it's not like you run into mutants that often. Birdsan said casually, while we marched on. I've only seen them 3 times in my life. The last time was that 2-horned beast, the bicorn, the one you helped me with. That was actually the first time I've faced one directly. Really? What about the other 2 times? Spotted them from a distance, then hightailed it out of there. That's what you're supposed to do. Mutants are born when plants or animals are exposed to magic power crucible for a long time. They absorb tainted, murky magic power into their bodies, which warps their natural attributes, shortening their lifespan. They tend not to stray far from their territory, so the best strategy is to avoid them. We see them around our place quite a bit. About once a month. Though recently, it feels like they're avoiding our area too. You guys live in one hell deep of a place. Birdsan's bearded face twisted into a grimace. Schneesan, who had just finished inspecting the brush ahead, asked without looking back. So, do you take them down every time you see them? Yes. If they stay around, it causes all sorts of problems, and they always attack on sight. With our detection abilities, it's hard to spot them before they notice us. Kuan. Chocola let out a sad whimper, his head drooping. Your nose isn't as sharp when it comes to mutants, is it? Those things mess up the magic power in the area. Even skilled mages can barely use their spells, and that includes communication crystals. I see. Chocola's nose is really sensitive to changes, isn't it? Bark. So that's why it takes longer for him to pick up their presence. Schneesan gave a hand signal to Birdsan. Receiving it, Birdsan urged us forward. It meant there were no enemies. Well, there are all sorts of mutants. Some, like that bicorn, even lead packs. That time was completely unexpected. After surrounding us with its minions, it strolled up like it owned the place. Even Schnee didn't sense it, and I misjudged the whole situation. The search party formed during that incident was led by Bird-san and Schnee-san, gathering some of the best fighters from Sidira. Schnee-san had discovered that the target of the rescue mission was surrounded by a herd of bicorns. Based on that information, Bird-san decided that they could take on the bicorns and led the charge. However, during the battle, the mutant appeared and threw all their plans into chaos. If they had known a mutant was present, even Bird-san would have retreated. That's how dangerous they are. Our sense of danger must be out of sync with everyone else. Well, this time we're counting on your family's strength when it comes to dealing with mutants. If you spot one, we'll rely on you to take it down. Understood. Leave it to us. Bark. The Hateno family's cheerful response seemed a little out of place. Is it really something to be so casual about? Ha! Rick-san's voice snapped me out of it. Before I knew it, the entire group was giving us exasperated looks, and the air was thick with disbelief, all directed at us. It's like being asked to go buy butter. Noema-san muttered. Yeah, I'm still not used to it. Just talking about mutants makes me tense up. Noah added. Mutants once a month. That's so far from my reality. Parker-san grumbled. Well. Kuan. I could only stroke Chocola, feeling a bit guilty, trying to play it off. That was the kind of conversation we had as we journeyed on. On the 10th day since our departure, following Bird-san's perfectly calculated itinerary, we finally reached our destination. But, section. What in the world? Bird-san muttered in disbelief. We had emerged from a dense forest into an open, clearly cleared area. A small settlement lay before us. A river ran through its center, and it was surrounded by earthworks and wooden barricades. It was more like a cluster of houses than a village. But, half a year. No, maybe a year. Schnee-san murmured, crouching down to touch the decayed wooden spikes. Yes, but the settlement was a ruin. The earthworks were crumbling in places, the barricades no longer serving their purpose. The houses were dilapidated, with some roofs collapsed and others entirely destroyed. The ground was overgrown with weeds, and the fields had long been overtaken by wild plants. Though the river still ran clear through the center, the medium-sized water wheel installed there had long since stopped, and the water channels that once served the settlement had clearly fallen into disrepair. This is the Athenac settlement. Really? I could only stare in shock at the sight before me. No way. What happened here? Were we too late? The Ajisha twins voiced their confusion, their tones almost panicked. No, if Schnee says it's been a year, then even if you'd come here the day you arrived in Sidira, you would have found the same scene. Noah said, running his hand along a crumbling pillar of one of the ruined homes. But this wasn't just due to old age. The central support beam is broken midway. This was caused by an external force. So, there was an attack. By monsters or mutants. Most likely. But something is strange. Noah responded, deep in thought. He walked over to another house and gestured for me to follow. Look, Sway. This one's almost completely burned down. So it's clear something or someone destroyed this place. But here's what's strange. Strange? What do you mean? There are no bodies. His words clicked into place in my mind. Now that you mention it, the burnt-down house, the collapsed ones. None of them have. But could they be buried under the rubble? We could dig around, but that's not the issue. Think about it, Sway. If beasts had done this, they wouldn't just stop at killing. They would have fed on the people. That's true. The thought made me grimace. It was a reality far removed from the peaceful life I had known in Japan. At the very least, there should be bones scattered outside. Even in a forest crawling with beasts, it takes time for human remains to disappear without a trace. And this settlement. It had at least 50 people living here. If there were 50 people here and they were wiped out by monsters, then, yes, this ruin is far too clean. I agree with Noah, Bird-san said, nodding. Schnee-san returned from exploring the village. It's strange. I checked inside the houses that are still intact, but there are no bodies or even a trace of blood. What's more curious is that almost all the metal goods are gone. Metal goods? Things like pots and knives. In a forest like this, metal is valuable. The fact that they're missing could mean the residents took them when they left. So, they relocated, abandoned the settlement and moved somewhere else. Yeah. Schnee-san nodded. Of course, it's possible they made clay pots and used obsidian for knives, but, even in a forest, I doubt they'd live that primitively. Noemi-san looked shocked at Schnee-san's guess. No way. Athenak would abandon their settlement without informing Alfheim, the elf nation. I'm not familiar with the customs of elves, but do they need to report a relocation? Athenak used to have a settlement further north, in the surface regions. About 20 years ago, they relocated to this spot. At that time, they reported it. Rick-san explained. 20 years ago. That's around the time Sway's parents began distributing the communication crystals, right? Exactly. The clan leader reported the relocation during a visit to the castle to obtain one of the crystals. But after that, there's been no further communication. Athenak has always been somewhat isolated from the rest of the elf nation, so no one thought much of it. Before you two came to investigate, did the elf nation try to contact Athenak? With communication crystals, it should have been easy. That? I'm not sure. We weren't given much information. We were just told to investigate. The twins admitted, exchanging uncomfortable glances. This smells fishy, Bird-san said, crossing his arms. It certainly didn't add up. The village had been abandoned and ruined. There were signs of an attack, yet there was no clear evidence of death. And despite having communication crystals, the elf nation had sent Rick and Noemi without any real knowledge of what had happened here. Something strange was going on, something we didn't yet understand. Let's gather some clues. Search the village thoroughly, see if there's anything left. Rick-san, Noemi-san, can you contact the elf nation with the communication crystal? Everyone nodded in agreement. And then, it happened. Bark. Gah. Chocola suddenly bristled, growling in warning. Schnee-san snapped his head up at the same time. Both of them were staring at the sky. Bark. Bark. Everyone, prepare yourselves. Sway, set up a barrier. Something's coming from above. It was a sudden assault. A massive shadow, something inhuman, loomed over the village. Chapter 36.6. Never seen anything like it. The first thing that came to mind was, it's big. Judging by my eyes, it's roughly the same size as G-Liz. It's shorter than the serpent turtle shark we defeated before, but that one had a long tail and body, and it was a sea battle. Fighting something on land, especially something attacking from the sky, gives off a completely different kind of pressure. Thud. My barrier managed to block the sudden assault, making a sound like hitting a rubber tire with an iron ball. Everyone behind me tensed up and grimaced as the creature bounced back from the impact and used the momentum to distance itself, landing about 5 meters in front of us. Now that it had stepped out of the backlight, its form became clear. The first thing I noticed was its head like a lion's. It had a massive manet that seemed to writhe with malice, and its mouth was filled with sharp, bared fangs. Then I noticed something else. Next to the lion's head was the head of a goat. 2 heads. Wait, 2 heads. Really? The goat's head wasn't the cute kind you'd find in G-Liz's village. Its horns were twisted and gnarled, its skull was bony and fierce, and its rectangular pupils gleamed like something out of a nightmare Baphomet. Terrifying. And to make things worse, the eyes of both the lion and the goat were shifting colors, like some kind of gaming PC. The irises flickered and glowed in a way that made it clear there would be no reasoning with this thing. This was bad. Really bad. These 2 heads were attached to a body that looked like a cross between a lion and a goat. The silhouette was more goat-like, but the paws were those of a lion. Its back was adorned with bat-like wings, and its tail was a snake, complete with its own set of eyes and a flickering forked tongue. I barely managed not to fall to my knees because I'd seen this creature before, not in this world, but in games and manga back in Japan. A creature with the heads of a lion and a goat, with wings on its back and a serpent for a tail, a hybrid beast. The Chimera, a legendary monster from myth. A chimera. That very monster now stood before us. Chimera? Is that what it's called? Karen asked, hearing my whisper. Yeah, in my previous world, that's what we called it. It's supposed to be a mythical creature. But does that mean they exist here? I've never seen or heard of one like that. A two-headed creature like that shouldn't exist. It's definitely a mutant. But something strange. I guess it could just be a coincidence. But what's strange? It's missing a crucible crystal. Oh, I hadn't noticed until she mentioned it. Sure enough, at a glance, neither its back nor its maner nor its belly had that cluster of sharp, crystalline spikes typical of mutants. But this clears things up. It's probably the one that destroyed the settlement. Yeah, but that means... Just as I glanced toward the charred remains of the nearby houses, Graye, it let out a thunderous roar, like a timpani filled with rocks being shaken violently, a sound that made me wince. And then, both the lions' and goats' mouths unleashed pale blue flames. The fire came within about a meter of me before slamming against the barrier, but even though it was deflected, it tried to wrap around, licking the edges. Wow, that looks like it's insanely hot. GRD. Maybe we should spread out it a bit. Yeah, we need to be careful with the air too. As I gently pressed my hand on Chocola's back to calm him, I focused my attention on the barrier. I widened it, especially toward the back where Birdsan and the others were standing, reshaping it from a sphere to a more streamlined form like the nose of a bullet train. I glanced back at the group and called out, "Just in case, could you all stay together and don't move?" There was no reply. Actually, everyone seemed frozen, just not in the way I intended. I meant huddle together, not turn into statues. Rick-san, his lips pale, muttered softly, How are you all so calm? With that thing here." Noema-san nodded in agreement, her head bobbing up and down. Bird-san and Schnee-san were both tense, their faces drawn tight like their bodies. Noah was clutching his chest, his breath coming in shallow gasps. Parker-san, meanwhile, was grinding her teeth in frustration, her fangs bared. "You guys are something else. I can't believe you can stay like this in a situation like this." I shook my head and forced a smile. No, to be honest, I'm not that calm either. I knew the real reason why everyone was frozen in place. The reason they couldn't move. Because, truthfully, I was too. My legs had been trembling this whole time. And not just my legs. My heart was pounding furiously in my chest. If I let my guard down, my breathing would become ragged. My clenched fists were damp with sweat. To put it simply, I was terrified. Karen's tense expression was evident. Chocola's growls carried a seriousness that wasn't just for show. Even though we'd taken down countless mutants before this is the first time we've faced something like this. The chaotic, twisted magic power radiating from the Chimera pierced through my senses, causing a painful sensation as it tried to tear into me. What is this thing? Take the first time we fought the Shock Bearsan, for example. That thing had an overwhelming presence, and looking back, it was one of the strongest mutants we'd ever encountered. But even so, we managed to handle it easily, just me and Chocola, right after we came back to this world. But this one, even now, with my magic more refined and advanced than it was back then, this creature scared me. It felt like if I let my guard slip for even a moment, its chaotic magic power would disrupt mine, and the barrier would shatter. Mrrrrig. The Chimera's roar echoed again. It seemed frustrated that its flames weren't working. Maybe it was angry that it couldn't kill the intruders in its territory. The fire faded, revealing the two heads once more. Those freakish eyes kept flashing in a myriad of colors, like some kind of cursed gaming device. Honestly, I had to give it a ridiculous name in my head just to stop myself from losing it. Wind began to whip around the Chimera's body, and with it came crackling lightning. The air chilled, the moisture within it audibly snapping as it froze. Wind, lightning, ice, and fire all at once. This is ridiculous. How many attributes does it have? All those forces surged toward us simultaneously. I poured more magic into the barrier, focusing intensely. It wasn't the raw power of the storm itself that was the worst part, it was the chaotic nature of the magical frequencies forming the attacks. If I didn't stay sharp, I felt like I might lose control over the flow of causality. Still, my mind worked furiously to form a plan. How to kill this thing? The usual tactic of using articles of faith to stop its movements and then finishing it off, would that even work? The real problem was its chaotic magic power. Mutants like this were known to disrupt surrounding magic with their unpredictable energy frequencies, making it harder for their opponents to control their own spells. I'd heard of this phenomenon before, but until now, I'd never really felt it. I'd always been able to cast magic without trouble, even against these creatures. This was the first time I actually doubted myself. Could I even do this? Sway. But, before my uncertainty could fester any further, she stepped in front of me. That beloved figure, standing tall with unwavering confidence. Her pale honey-colored hair, skin as white as porcelain, those sharp, pointed ears standing proud. And when she turned to look back at me, those eyes, those jade-green eyes that mirrored my own name. Karen. Sway, focus on protecting everyone. Keep your mind on the barrier, concentrate on your magic. And Chocola will attack on my signal. Bark. Chocola barked with a fierce determination. Gone was the earlier tension from his growls. Now, his voice was filled with confidence. And just like that, I found myself steady as well. My legs had stopped trembling, my heartbeat had calmed, my breathing was even, and the sweat on my hands had dried. The flow of magic power inside me was smooth, coursing through me without a hitch. Karen. Don't worry. Karen, the girl with the magical eyes, calm spring of our family. Her voice held the same gentle calmness that resembled father's, while her gaze carried the fierce intensity that was so much like mother's. She turned to face the Chimera, her expression resolute, and spoke. I'll handle this. Don't underestimate the adopted daughter of All Night and Heavenly Bell, you beast. Chapter 36.6. Never seen anything like it. Karen Tatoria Kwaioi. Age, 20. Female. Race, elf. She is the sole surviving member of the Kwaioi family, one of the 6 ancestral Elven clans. Her middle name, Tatoria, comes from an ancient Elven language, meaning to beyond, successor, presence. This signifies that she is the successor of a clan outside the main lineage and a member of the Hateno family. When she was still an infant, she lost her biological parents. From then on, she was raised by Kazutaru Hateno and Viol Mukere, and when the two married, Karen became their de facto adopted daughter. From a young age, she was trained in magic by her adoptive mother, Viol, known as the Heavenly Bell Witch. Eventually, Karen herself earned the title of witch, a testament to her magical prowess. But very few truly understand the depths of her power, not even those closest to her, not even her lover. Section. I'll handle this. Don't underestimate the daughter of All Night and Heavenly Bell, you beast. Facing down the Chimera, Karen spoke firmly and took a single step forward. Despite the raging storm around her and the chaotic magic power surging alongside it, her presence was calm and clear, her magic serene. It was as if time itself had stopped in the space she occupied. A violent gust mixed with lightning and hail came rushing toward Karen, and at the same time, the Chimera's twin heads spat fire at her. I focused my full attention on the barrier. No matter what, I wouldn't let those attacks reach Karen or any of us. I refused to allow the Chimera's magic, its claws, or its fangs to harm her. I willed the future where she would be unharmed into reality, forcibly banishing any chance of disaster. Karen's magical presence grew ever more tranquil, and soon, she began to speak. Sharpen the tides. Cradle the hurricane. Ascend into the sky. Drown in the night. This was no rapid incantation compressed for speed. Karen was performing a full, meticulous casting. By taking her time, she imbued it with far greater power, a method she could only use because she trusted my barrier to hold. She wove the spell with precision, ensuring it would be nothing short of devastating. Awareness. Reconcile the duality of the seasons. Absence. Stand at the fourfold crossroads of color and void. As Karen chanted, moisture filled the air. It wasn't from the Chimera's storm. This was something far gentler, warmer yet subtly cold, a calm humidity that wrapped around everything like a soft embrace. That moisture soon condensed into rain. It began to fall, covering the entire village. This wasn't natural weather, it was magical rain that poured forth from the void, like a delicate, shimmering veil. It was so fragile that it disappeared upon touch, yet it was beautiful like strands of silk. Choose spring. Be eternally cradled by youth. Rest in slumber, in peace, in death. The light rain intensified, gradually becoming denser. It avoided the barrier, but elsewhere it fell in an uninterrupted downpour, gradually transforming into a thick mist so dense it was impossible to see even an inch ahead. Then, as the mist enveloped everything, the world turned white. Not just the world, but also the noise. The storm, the wind that had been so loud, the thunder that had rattled my eardrums, the hail that had pounded against my barrier, the flames that had raged, threatening to consume us. Now, all of it. Stillness. Let the wings of the beyond brush against the void. Strike. Rend. Kill. Was silent, dissolved into nothingness. Only a deep stillness remained. White mist mirage, calm spring. Whoosh. With a flash, white mist crushed the chaotic magic power. The chaotic energy that had formed the storm, fire, ice, and lightning, everything that had threatened to breach my barrier, was crushed by the pressure of the dense mist and erased. In other words, magic cancellation. The Chimera was stripped of all its weapons except its flesh, left completely exposed. Then, it's our turn. And the one responsible for the attack, of course. Chocola. Bark. Within the calm, at Karen's command, a flash of light burst forth. Chocola, who had been poised and ready, accelerated across the ground, cloaked in magic, charging forward. The Chimera, frozen in confusion, didn't even have time to react before Chocola closed in, darting beneath its belly and piercing through it like a comet. Bark. But that wasn't the end. After tearing through its abdomen, Chocola sprang into the air, tracing a sharp arc downward towards the Chimera's neck. He bit through the lion's maner, severed the goat's head, and both of the Chimera's twin heads tumbled to the ground in quick succession. Gra. Lastly, Chocola meticulously tore through the tail that bore a serpent's head, ripping it off and putting a definitive end to the Chimera's life. He then trotted back to Karen, his job done. Coo. Good boy, well done. Karen rewarded Chocola with vigorous pats, ruffling his fur as the dog, tongue out and tail wagging furiously, basked in the attention. After thoroughly praising Chocola, Karen turned back, walking over to me, still frozen in amazement, and with a small gesture, offered me her head. Ha. Oh, right. Finally realizing what Karen wanted, I began gently patting her head, just as she had done for Chocola moments before. As I stroked her hair, a memory surfaced, something I had once asked Mother, out of pure curiosity. Section. Hey, Mother, just how strong is Karen? Mother had paused briefly, folding laundry in the living room, thinking it over with a smile before responding. Let me see. If Karen and I were to seriously fight each other, well, she wouldn't be able to beat me, not even once out of 10. But then she added. However, Sway. She said with a knowing look. 7, no, 8 out of 10 times, I wouldn't be able to beat her either. Section. Karen may not be able to defeat Mother, but Mother can't easily defeat Karen either. Back then, I couldn't quite grasp what she meant by that statement. But now I understand. The ability to nullify magic, to suppress magical power, and to seal spells, that's an ability that provides overwhelming advantage in this world. Sway, was I good? Yeah. Good. No, you were incredible. Foo. Karen beamed with pride, a confident grin spreading across her face as she peered up at me, her eyes gleaming like sunlight filtering through fresh spring leaves. Her eyes, known as the calm spring magic eyes, awakened after I cured her attribute conflict when we were young, and nurtured by Mother, had, after 13 years, matured to the point where they could now suppress not only mutants but even the legendary Heavenly Bell Witch herself. Note: when Noah first appeared, he referred to Karen as Lady Tutoria. This was because Tatoria carries the connotation of heir of the Kwaioi family. The 6 ancestral Elven clans are treated on par with royalty and nobility by other nations, so addressing someone by their given name would be considered impolite. However, as Noah becomes more free from the burdens of formalities, you'll see him gradually start to call her by her name more often in the future. Chapter 37. The Tragedy of the Hikikomori Elf. Chapter 37.1. Some things. The Chimera lay defeated, and we had escaped the immediate danger. However, a great mystery soon arose. What's going on here? Birdsan's muttered words expressed what everyone was feeling. It was because of what happened to the Chimera's body. The massive corpse, which was as large as Gilis, was in the process of crumbling away. It was as if fine dust was being scattered by the wind, becoming even finer than dust itself. The lion's face, the goat's head, the hollowed-out torso, the bat's wings, and the snake's tail, all of it dissolved into the air, disappearing completely. Honestly, I had been wary of a massive explosion. Even though there were no crucible crystals, the Chimera was clearly a mutant, and I was prepared for that eventuality. Even though Karen's magic had calmed the magic power around, there was no guarantee that it could contain a post-mortem explosion. So I had prepared causality delay magic just in case. But the result was the opposite. The corpse did not explode but disintegrated into particles and vanished before our eyes. What is this? Parker-san muttered as she stood there, bewildered. Karen, this is something you've never seen before, right? It's my first time. A mutant without crucible crystals, I added. Speaking of firsts, that eye changing colors like a gaming pea. I mean, something that shifts around. Maybe that was a substitute for the crucible crystals. Schnee-san, crouched by the spot where the Chimera had died, was examining the ground. There's nothing left of the body, not even fragments. As for the magic power residue, it's mostly Karen's, so I can't tell. I'm sorry, but I can't sense it either. But I don't think my magic caused the disappearance of the body. I see. Well, that makes sense. If we can't understand this, then why was such a powerful mutant here? Noah's voice echoed with confusion. We're in the mid-part, close to the surface but not in the deep part of it. It's far from Sway's place. The forest being in disarray doesn't quite explain this. I agree. Even the 2-headed bicorn mutant that surrounded us before was extremely rare to see even in the mid-part. And with such a massive creature, it's even more unusual. Hey Sway, among the mutants you've dealt with, how would you rank this one? Let me think. I replied, nodding to Birdsan. The Chimera is far and away the highest rank. The bicorn mutant, honestly, is one of the lowest among mutants. So to summarize, this was an exceptional case, something not even seen in the deeper part. Additionally, there were no crucible crystals, and it had that bizarre eye. Furthermore, it didn't explode but rather dissolved and vanished after death. Schnee, have you ever heard of something like this? Of course not. 2 heads, or maybe 3. Such a creature is beyond my expertise. What did it eat to end up like that? Everyone was scratching their heads. In other words, we were at a loss. Silence reigned for a while. Everyone was lost in thought, or aimlessly surveying the area, with nothing but sighs emerging. However, this is quite a problem. How are we supposed to report this to the country? After a moment, the Ajisha twins spoke, their shoulders slumped. Well, this is really, really disheartening. There's a possibility that the Athanak people are all wiped out. If the higher-ups hear this, it could be like the Kwaioi incident. Sorry, Karen, that was thoughtless of me. It's okay. It's true that it will cause a stir in the homeland. The bloodline of the 6 founding clans is a heavy burden for them, the elves. It seems it was quite a crisis when Karen's real parents passed away. I wasn't told much in detail, and Karen was just a baby at the time, so she doesn't remember it well. Maybe there's a high chance they escaped. After all, no bodies have been found. Perhaps the Chimera appeared in the settlement, which became part of its territory. Maybe everyone panicked and fled to another location. That would also explain why there are no signs of cooking or knives around. Ah, as Suedono said, It seems we need to thoroughly investigate the settlement. Yes, we should check each house one by one. Sorry, everyone, but this has turned into a rather troublesome task. Could we count on your cooperation? Noemi-san spoke with a look of apology, and everyone agreed without hesitation. We certainly couldn't just leave things as they were and say let's go home. It seemed likely that we'd be staying in this ruin for a day or two, which wasn't ideal. As the plan was solidified and we decided to start with the burned houses, something unexpected happened. Bark! Chocola suddenly lifted his nose to the air and began sniffing around. What's wrong? Is there something else? Quoo. Noticing her behavior, I called out to him. Bark. Hey, wait. Chocola suddenly took off running, looking back at me as if to say come this way. Chocola, did you find something? Bark bark. I followed Chocola to the corner of the settlement where a small house stood. It was a hut much smaller and more dilapidated than the other buildings, but compared to the surrounding destruction, it seemed relatively intact. It appeared to be able to shield against the rain and dew. Bark. In front of the door, Chocola stopped and, coming over to me, gently nipped at my sleeve, pulling me towards it. All right, I got it. It was clear that Chocola was certain there was something in this hut, and I fully trusted Chocola's nose. Sway. Yeah. I nodded back at Karen as she caught up with us, and confirmed that everyone else was with us. I placed my hand on the entrance, a wooden sliding door. It opened surprisingly smoothly, suggesting that its alignment wasn't too warped. Inside was a space about 10 tatami mats in size, reminiscent of an old Japanese house. Upon opening the door, there was an entryway and a stove, with a raised wooden floor area that seemed like a living space. However, there was no furniture, just a pile of what looked like a bundled-up futon in the corner. Eek. From the bundle that resembled a futon came a human scream. Is anyone there? The room was dark due to the lack of windows, making it hard to see clearly. When I enhanced my vision with a body-strengthening spell, it turned out to be exactly what it looked like, a futon, but someone had covered themselves with it. Please respond. Are you alive? The person trembled even through the futon. From the earlier scream, it was probably a young woman. So, I spoke gently, trying to be as soothing as possible. Are you okay? What happened to this settlement? After a pause of about 20 seconds, a muffled voice came from the bundle. No one's here. I see, so no one's here, right? If no one was here, then it should be okay to enter. I sighed deeply, decided to avoid walking in with my shoes, and knelt down to enter, peeling away the futon. No way. Eep. Inside was an elf girl, around 15 or 16, with disheveled hair and a gloomy face. She let out a small animal-like scream and recoiled in fear. I said no one was here. Did you really think that would work? Chapter 37.2. She was alone. The girl, after much back and forth lasting nearly 30 minutes, finally introduced herself as Dolche. You. What are you people? Who even are you? Her hair was black. There are plenty of black-haired people in this world, but it wasn't as jet black as mine. Her hair had a bit of a grayish tint, more like dark ash. It was unkempt and frizzy, likely capable of becoming soft and fluffy if properly groomed, but at the moment, messy was the only fitting word. Bedhead and all, her hair stuck out every which way. Her large eyes, if revealed, might have been called charming, but most of her face was hidden beneath her overgrown hair. Her gaze was dull, lifeless even, as if she had the dead, glassy stare of a rotting fish. Making eye contact with her felt like it would pull me into an abyss. Not that it was easy to do, she avoided my gaze, constantly looking down and off to the side. Her clothes were simple and worn, matching the state of her hair. It seemed she hadn't bathed for 2 or 3 days at least, and her skin was coated with a thin layer of grime. Given the state of this ruined settlement, it was hard to tell if this neglect stemmed from her circumstances or if she simply lacked the will to maintain herself. She had a doll-like face and could probably be quite pretty if she took care of herself. If only. Through the gaps in her hair, I could see the pointed tips of her ears. She was an elf. Thank goodness she wasn't some other race that had just happened to take refuge in these ruins. Look at our ears. Me, that guy over there, and that girl on the other side, we're the same. You can see that, Can't you? Why yeah. Even with Noemi-san lining up Rick-san and Karen for comparison, Dolche remained distant, unwilling to open up. Noemi-san sighed, a hint of frustration slipping through. Are you an Athanak? Athanak, her. I suppose, technically, I am. Then, the girl, Dolche-san. She replied with a self-mocking chuckle. A Fujinoko that was left behind when they moved. But yeah, I guess I'm still an Athanak. Moved. Left behind. And that word, Fujinoko. A child of. What? Disgrace. Illegitimate. What does that mean? Explain everything. Noemi-san pressed, her voice sharpening. Dolche recoiled, visibly startled by the demanding tone. Hi. She shrank into the corner of the room, pulling the blanket over her as if to hide. She's trembling under the futon again, frightened. Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. But please, tell us what happened. We need to know what happened to this settlement. What's the point? They're gone. They're not coming back. That's the end of it. This is tough. She probably hasn't spoken to anyone outside the settlement before. On top of that, her personality, her confusion, her reticence, and whatever complicated situation she's facing are all piling up, preventing her from communicating properly. But the biggest obstacle was her heart. She was scared, retreating into herself with every glance and word. At the same time, she seemed hopeless, resigned to her fate. Until we could get her to feel safe, I doubted we'd get anywhere. Somehow, we had to make it clear. We weren't her enemies. If she was in trouble, we wanted to help. But how? Could I really tell her, we're not your enemies, when we didn't even know her situation? And if we offered help but couldn't solve her problems, wouldn't that just lead to further disappointment? No matter how much I tried to explain, her eyes, the ones that had given up on everything, carrying an air of defeat, told me that no amount of words would get through. Her heart was locked shut. I realized that if I couldn't get her to look at us, really look at us, it wouldn't matter what I said. I wasn't the only one at a loss for words. Everyone around me was, too. But then, something unexpected happened. Kuan. Chocola. It wasn't any of us, but my companion, the one who didn't rely on words. Chocola, my trusty dog, slowly approached Dolche. Hi. No, please don't bite me. Wah. Gently, almost as if consoling her, Chocola softly licked her cheek. Bark. Kuan. Hiya. Fuwa. Chocola then nudged her nose and head into the gap between Dolche's blanket and her body, rubbing herself affectionately against her. No way. Chocola. You've never done this with a stranger before, Karen said, eyes wide in disbelief. It was true. Chocola wasn't one to warm up to anyone outside the family. Back in Japan, he hadn't even let our neighbor, Gramps and Grandma Higuchi, pet him. Since we'd returned to this world, he'd become a bit more tolerant, but even then, he was far from this affectionate with anyone new. Unless. I see. Sway, what is it? Karen asked in a hushed tone. I think it's the same as with the Smilodon cub. Oh, that makes sense. It was not the first time Chocola did it to someone. She was too scared, too fragile, trembling like a lost child. To Chocola, she wasn't someone to bark at or avoid, but someone to protect, like a helpless creature. Kuan. Unlike the dogs in the settlement, you don't bark at Dolche, do you? Bark. Can I pet you? Ku. So warm. So soft. Dolche reached out timidly, her hands brushing against Chocola's fur. She let out a soft gasp, her expression finally easing a little as she buried her fingers into the soft warmth of my dog. Dolche wrapped her arms tightly around Chocola, and Chocola, in turn, nestled close to her in quiet comfort. It was just like how he'd been with the Smilodon cub before, protective and gentle. I decided not to point out the fact that Dolche wasn't being treated exactly like a person. Looking at her face now, seeing a hint of calm, I didn't want to ruin this fragile moment. Then it struck me. What I needed to do, what I could do for her. Of course. I'd been overthinking it. It wasn't about finding the right words. That wasn't what was important right now. What she needed was something simple, like what Chocola had given her, something warm and reassuring. I crouched down beside them. Dolche was still clutching her blanket, peeking out cautiously from beneath her bangs. I smiled at her gently. You must be hungry, right? Let's eat something together. Chapter 37.3. She cried, it's delicious. Quick, but don't skimp, that's the motto I follow when cooking while traveling. Given we're often on the move, I can't afford to spend too much time on meals. But at the same time, being sloppy would be disrespectful to those who will eat it, and it would waste the precious ingredients. So I aim to be quick, yet always precise. After countless outdoor meals and some help from Kanji, my skills had improved drastically compared to when I was still in Japan. Of course, the help of others made the work go smoothly too. 20 minutes later, the meal for Dolche-san was ready. The menu consisted of a wild herb and boar meat pot-au-feu, a fruit and soy milkshake made from forest vines, and a slice of starlin. Here you go. Is it really? Okay. Dolche-san's voice trembled as she took it, looking as though she was questioning whether she even deserved to eat such a meal. Her anxious expression spoke volumes. To ease her nerves, it was just me, Chocola, and her in the small cabin. The others were outside. Chocola, sensing Dolche-san's hesitation, gave her a gentle lick on the cheek, as if saying, go on, it's fine. I was proud of him for not drooling in front of the soy milkshake. You'll get yours later. Bark. Ha ha ha. As Dolche-san glanced between me and Chocola, her gaze eventually fixed on the bowl of pot-au-feu in her hands. Slowly, as if drawn in, she dipped her spoon into the broth and carefully lifted a piece of meat to her mouth. 1 bite. 2 bites. By the 3rd bite, she was devouring it, holding the bowl close to her mouth as she wolfed it down, so quickly that I worried she might choke. Though she was thin, she wasn't in a state of starvation, her skin still had some color. I'd prepared the pot-au-feu to be as gentle on her stomach as possible, using tender wild herbs and thinly sliced boar meat. So, she should be fine. I hoped. Before long, the bowl was empty. Dolche-san then reached for the metal cup of soy milkshake, taking slow sips. But soon, her eyes widened in surprise, and she abruptly pulled the cup away from her lips. Her face crumpled. Uff. Ooh. Still clutching the cup, her body began to hunch over. Hick. It's delicious. It's so delicious. Whoa. And then, she broke down. Dolche-san cried loudly, uncontrollably, as if all the emotions she had held back finally came pouring out. I felt a pang of sorrow at her tears, but I smiled gently and reassured her. It's okay. There's more, so take your time and eat as much as you want. Section. Eventually, after another helping of pot-au-feu, 2 more shakes, and finishing off the starlin, Dolche-san seemed to calm down both her appetite and her emotions. She no longer saw us as a threat, though she still kept the blanket wrapped around her body. But at least she was now peeking her head out. With her more at ease, I invited the 3 elves who had been waiting outside into the cabin, so we could finally hear Dolche-san's story. Meanwhile, Bird-san, Schnee-san, Noah, and Parker-san continued scouting the area outside. Although the appearance of that mutant had driven most monsters away, we still couldn't be too careful. The breakthrough moment with Dolche-san shows the profound impact of kindness and warmth, which softened her defenses more than words ever could. This gentle gesture made her feel safe enough to open up and share, starting with the simple, but deeply emotional, act of enjoying a meal. Dolche-san, comforted by Chocola who was content after sharing some of the soy milkshake, finally began to speak. Slowly, halting at first, but much smoother than she had before. Athanak. The people from the settlement. They moved away. Dolche think they crossed the mountains and went beyond the forest. I don't know where exactly, but Dolche doesn't think they're coming back. Moved away? What do you mean? Noemi-san looked bewildered. And why are you still here? They left me behind. Because I'm a Fujinoko. Dolche-san's words dripped with a kind of resigned scorn. Dolche's mother. She was a whore. And because of that, Dolche was born. No one knew who my father was. A Fujinoko. Dolche's mother disappeared right after I was born, so I've never even seen her face. After my grandparents died, no one cared about Dolche anymore. So, I guess when the settlement moved, They either forgot about me or didn't bother to take me along. That's just, Rixan muttered, grimacing, his voice heavy with unease. I, too, couldn't find the words. Words like slut, whore, and Fujinoko. Dolche-san likely didn't even fully understand the gravity of these terms, just repeating what she'd heard. The fact that she could repeat them so easily without grasping their meaning, it meant she'd heard them constantly, hadn't she? People must have called her mother that, right in front of her face. They must have taunted her, labeling her a slut, whore, and bastard to her face. And in the end, the entire settlement abandoned her during their relocation. Even if her birth circumstances were true, that didn't justify such cruelty. How long has it been since the others moved away? It's been nearly a full season now. So, you've been living here, alone, for almost a year? Karen gasped, unable to hide her shock. My fists clenched in frustration too. Dolche-san was 14 years old. That meant she had been left behind when she was 13. In this world, unlike Japan, 13 was considered old enough to live on one's own. But even so, this was beyond cruel. Why did Athenak leave? And without even contacting the homeland? They were tired. Tired of the duty of crucible breaking. It's a tough ritual, and the elves in the homeland don't even know about it. They don't appreciate it. They were sick of it, fed up with being stuck with that responsibility. Crucible breaking? What's that? Rick, Karen, do you know? If you don't know, how could I know? This is the first I've heard of it. I don't know either. But maybe that's the problem. Because we don't know, maybe that's why Athenak got so fed up. Does that mean the adults know? The elders? We need to go back and confront them. They didn't tell us anything before sending us out here. This is ridiculous. As Rick-san and Noema-san's frustration boiled over, Karen furrowed her brow and looked at Dolche-san. You said crucible breaking. Is it related to the magic crucibles? Yes. But Dolche was a useless bastard, so I wasn't allowed to participate. I don't know the details. Tell us everything you know. What is this crucible breaking? What's the purpose of the ritual? And what happens if it's not performed? I held my breath as I listened to their conversation. A mysterious ritual passed down through the settlement of Athenak, a duty so burdensome that it drove the entire clan to abandon their home. And the Elven elders in Alfheim, what could they possibly be thinking, sending the Agisha twins on an investigation without even informing them of these crucial details? What exactly was hidden within this crucible-breaking ritual? Dolche-san continued speaking, her words heavy with the burden of unwanted knowledge. The crucible breaking. It's the process of eliminating magic crucibles one by one. Athenak was able to do this in the mid-layer of the forest, but if they don't keep it up, the crucibles connect together and form what's called a resistance, Teiku. What happens when this resistance is formed? Magic crucibles produce mutants, but when those mutations are exposed to a resistance, they undergo further transformation. They absorb the crucible crystals into their bodies, live much longer, expand their territories, and it's said that they eventually bring destruction to the world. We called those transformed creatures demon kings or rare existence in Athenak. Of course, we'd been able to prevent any from appearing. Until just recently. Absorbing the crucible crystals into their bodies. Meaning that once it happens, there's no way to tell where the crystals are anymore. I felt a growing sense of dread, suspecting we'd already encountered something like this. Without noticing our sudden alarm, Dolche-san spoke with resignation in her eyes. Because the ritual was abandoned, one of those rare existence was born not too long ago. It roams this area and comes around regularly. Things were noisy outside earlier, so it was probably here. But it's quiet now, so I guess it left. Hold on a second. It seems like it's already gone. You guys are lucky to have missed it. Hey, Dolche-san. This rare existence. Does it happen to have a lion's head and a goat's head, bat wings, and a snake for a tail? Yeah, that's the one. It patrols a wide area, so it only comes here about once every 10 days or so. You should probably get out of here before it comes back. Kind of. Already killed it. Is that bad? Piafua. Dolche-san, what? Are these people? They're terrifying. Chapter 37, Interlude, North part of the Void Forest, the Dragon's Village. Nestled on the slopes of the mountains, the village bustled with life each day. Like this. Yes, yes. Now, thread that stem through there. Well done. Mint, you're so skilled. Not that we could manage it with these claws, though. Maybe. I'm a little jealous. You're a dragon, after all. It can't be helped. Just use magic instead. Exactly. We may have the same hand shape, but we're too big to manage it ourselves. We always use magic to make our flower crowns. Hey, Pochi, if you're going to decorate your horns, which of these do you want? Kiuru, the blood demon flower Alron, young dragons, the Tarask, and fairies, all sorts of different beings, played together in the grassy fields. Some made flower crowns and grass flutes, while others chased each other around, rolled balls across the fields, or rode on the back of the Tarask, laughing with glee. Some floated gently in the air, held up by young dragons, while others rolled lazily on the ground. Even the Lamia busy with farm work watched from a distance, smiling at the lively scene. It's a peaceful life, isn't it? The one who murmured this with a deep, gravelly voice was the master of the village. Liz, striding across the settlement, watched the children with fondness. It is almost lunchtime. The bread here is delicious, so I never tire of it. You've made yourself quite at home, haven't you, Heavenly Beldono? Liz said in a playful tone, addressing a human woman dressed in a witch's garb. The woman sat comfortably atop the base of Liz's neck, her silver hair flowing in the wind as she gazed out over the pasture, clearly enjoying herself. Well, it would be rude to act too reserved when you're hosting us, she said with a laugh, gently patting Liz's neck as she spoke. This woman, Viol, was currently staying in the village with her family, excluding Sway and Karen. The reason for their stay was a little embarrassing, her lacking household skills. In the Hateno family, nearly all the meals were prepared by Sway, as Viol was terrible at cooking and could barely manage to help. With Sway gone on a long journey, Viol was faced with a choice: stay in town, try her hand at self-sufficient cooking, or bring her family to the dragon's village. In the end, she chose the third option, and now they were all staying in the village. Even the fairies, finding themselves with nothing to do, occasionally visited, making every day lively and noisy. However, Liz and the villagers welcomed them warmly. Viol, who happily accepted all that was offered to her without reservation, was almost refreshing in her carefree approach. Honestly, if you were quiet and reserved, it would feel strange. Oh, and what exactly do you mean by that? Viol asked with a slight pout. Liz smirked, but then his expression softened, his tone taking on a note of melancholy. Is it that much more comfortable here than in Sidira? Yes. There aren't any people here. Viol's quick response was kind of contradictory. You don't like people, do you? Not really. I don't say it out loud for Sway's sake, but Liz recalled the first time he met Viol. Back then, she viewed the world with detachment, mistrusted everything around her, and only opened her heart to her family, Kazutaru, their 2 children, and their dog. Her aura of magic was vast enough to dwarf even dragons, sharp and volatile. When they first clashed, it wasn't Kazutaru who had seemed the greater threat, but Viol. The reason she eventually forged a bond with him wasn't just because Kazutaru and Liz had become close friends. It was because he was a dragon. To the Heavenly Bell Witch, dragons were still more trustworthy than humans. Even so, I've softened over the past 13 years. After my husband and son got caught up in that mess and were sent away, I had to rely on the kindness of others, on their strength. And during those times, you disappeared without a word and became untraceable. I apologize for that. I wasn't used to dealing with people either. I regret it now. No, that was petty of me. I should be the one apologizing. Kazukuin would have wanted to see you again, I'm sure. It was a sad reflection. Even if they'd stayed in close contact, Kazutaru was still lost to them. There was no changing that. Even after all the help I've received from people, and even though I'm no longer as rigid as I once was, I still find it easier to be here than in Sidira. The dragons, the lamias, they treat me like any other guest. They don't watch me nervously, trying to please me or manipulate me to serve their interests. Though Liz had been mingling with humans far more frequently since this past spring, the intricacies of human society still eluded him. It wasn't that he lacked knowledge, he simply couldn't empathize with or fully understand the human way of coexisting with those they didn't like. All he could offer was a vague sympathy, aware of how tiresome that life must be. Sometimes, I think about the mutants, Viol murmured, her eyes drifting toward the sea below the slopes. She was recalling the time a mutant, a hybrid of snake, turtle, and shark, had threatened the Lamia's existence. It was a tragic creature, ultimately defeated by Sway. What if they lived longer? What would happen to them, driven purely by instinct and rage? Would they come to hate the world, to loathe and resent it? Perhaps even wish to destroy it? She had heard an old story, a legend passed down from long ago. Once upon a time, there had been a mutant who overcame the madness consuming its body and achieved unnaturally long life. It melted the crystal crucibles within its body and regained a semblance of its former self. Yet, despite appearing to be a living being once again, it was nothing more than a living disaster, a calamity that ravaged the world, heedless of anything but its own whims. At least, more than 2,000 years ago. It appeared in the world, disrupted the stars, and was ultimately defeated by someone, yet no one remembers the details. Even among the ancient dragons, it is only remembered as a fairy tale. It was called the Demon King. Viol said with a hint of self-mockery, I grew up unable to fit into society, unlike Suicune or Karen. And in human society, I am far too strong. Perhaps I am no different from those beings, merely a different version. Not out of arrogance, but as a simple fact. Thus, she spoke with a voice full of unease. And then, eek, what's going on all of a sudden? Liz, without a word, spread his wings and soared into the sky, his magic enveloping them. The ground quickly receded beneath them, and the children playing nearby, cheering and pointing at them, became mere specks. Heavenly Beldono. No. Viol. Upon reaching the height of the clouds, he hovered in place and addressed Viol, clinging to his back. Humans are so small. If I were to release the air around me and perform a somersault, you would fall straight to the ground and be squashed. Such things cannot be done by a mutated being. Wait. What are you? I will not carry a mutated being on my back. I will only carry someone as proud as myself, someone I consider a friend. Liz. The dragon, looking up at the sky with its scales shimmering in the sunlight. It may be old news to you. But Viol, you tomboy. The battle where you burned my scales and froze my claws feels recent to me. It was enjoyable. Even without Kazutaru Dono, it's still a lot of fun. Viol. For a moment, her face seemed on the verge of tears, but she then held it back and chuckled. Don't be so cheeky. Did you think you could beat me just because Kazukuin isn't here? It's been 18. Or maybe 19 years. Let me show you how much people can grow in such a short time. You can try, but afterward I will be scolded by my wife, and you will be reprimanded by the children. And so Liz too. His mouth stretched into a wide grin, showing his teeth, laughing heartily. That's scary. Perhaps I should avoid that. Instead, how about a little flight around here? Very well, let that be our compromise. The dragon soared through the sky, carrying his friend, who laughed like a bell, proudly and majestically. Chapter 37.4 You're Not Alone. Dolche-san was initially startled and frightened upon hearing that we had defeated the Chimera, and she nearly closed herself off again. But when we gave her the starlin we'd saved for dessert, she opened up once more. This is so delicious, it's so. Oh no, is there no more? Wait, isn't she more resilient than I thought? Well, as long as she's happy, that's what matters. It's pretty dense, so eating too much might not be good for your weakened stomach. Could you settle for just one more slice? Yay. Thank you so much. Sweet things. I haven't had sugar since my grandpa and grandma were still alive. That's a heavy review. She said it so casually, but hearing it made my chest ache. What kind of life has she been living? Maybe you need a certain level of resilience to survive through that. Phew. I'm so full. Thank you. This is the first time I've eaten something so delicious, and the first time in a long while that I've been this full. Dolche-san said, sounding satisfied, before slumping over and leaning against Chocola. Oh. Chocola's looking at her like, is she done yet? Let her lean on you for a bit longer, okay? Bark. With a short bark, Chocola laid down, generously allowing Dolche-san to rest on him. Rick-san watched this with a warm smile before tightening his expression and speaking. Dolche-san, I'm sorry to bring this up right after you've eaten, but we need to talk about what comes next. What comes next? Yes. The village of Athenac isn't in the Void Forest anymore, right? I mean, aside from this place. Naturally, feeding a hungry child a good meal doesn't mean everything is solved and happily ever after. The problems are still piled up, and each one is more tangled than the last. There are still many mysteries left unsolved. In fact, the real challenge starts now. Another place. I don't think there is one. First, the issue of the Athenac village. Dolche-san answered this quickly. Originally, this was the only place that could really be called a village. They probably had small outposts scattered around for crucible breaking, but I think they all pulled out at once, including the people stationed there. They had a strong sense of solidarity. And yet, Dolche-san had been cast out from that solidarity. The way she spoke about it as if it were someone else's problem made it clear how she had been treated. It was hard to hear, but there was no point in dwelling on each detail right now. So, the entire clan abandoned their duty and ran away. Let's set aside the right or wrong of that for now. If they crossed the Western Mountains, it's unlikely they've migrated to Sidir. As Rick-san muttered to himself, I added my thoughts. Judging by how they lived, I think they regularly went to Sidir to get supplies. I've heard elves are rarely seen there, though. We're just a race with long ears. We don't have distinct physical traits like dwarfs with their stature and build. If we hide our ears, no one would notice. Yes, Sidir does have a steady flow of merchants and travelers. Karen and Noema-san joined the conversation. Rick-san nodded at our exchange, then turned back to Dolche-san. You have a choice. A choice. You can either stay here or come with us. Lowering himself to her level, he looked her straight in the eyes. You've been hiding in this village for almost a year, right? If you've survived this long, that means you've managed to get by somehow. If you want to stay here, we'll respect your decision. That monster, the rare existence, is gone. You shouldn't have to live in fear anymore. But then, after a pause, Rick-san continued. However, if you're willing, you can come with us. Live in Sidir, there are a lot of issues, like Athenac's responsibilities and whatever the elf kingdom of Alfheim has planned. But we can deal with that later. Oh no, it's fine. Bringing someone like Dolche along would just be a burden. What? Her response was unexpectedly quick, curt, and apologetic, leaving Rick-san stunned. I was a little taken aback myself. I didn't expect her to turn us down here. What is this girl planning to do? Or maybe she's not planning anything at all. She's survived on her own this long, so she might think she can continue doing so. Perhaps she doesn't even realize how unfortunate her situation is, which is why she's choosing to stay as she is. An awkward silence filled the air. It was Noema-san, one half of the Ajisha siblings, who finally spoke up. Honestly, it's not like that, right, Neeson? With a heavy sigh, she placed a hand on Rick's shoulder and gently nudged him aside. Then, crouching in front of Dolche-san, she spoke firmly. Sorry, but what my Neeson said earlier was a lie. You don't actually have a choice. You're coming with us. What? No, but. There are no buts. Listen, we can't just leave you here alone. We won't. This has nothing to do with Athenac's duties or the will of the Elf Kingdom Alfheim. Dolche isn't worth that much. Value doesn't matter. That's not what this is about. Dolche-san remained stubborn, but Noema-san wasn't frustrated or angry. Instead, she simply smiled, gentle and unwavering. We don't want to leave you here. A girl who cries because something Sui-san made was so delicious. A girl who looks so happy just from the warmth of a dog. We can't leave someone like you alone. Neither us nor Sui-san, nor the master outside, Schnee-san and the others. She reached out and gently ruffled Dolche's hair, which was matted with dust, dirt, and sweat, without hesitation, her touch soft and kind. When we leave here, you'll get hungry again, won't you? The nights will get cold, and you'll long for warmth. If you even think a little about wanting to eat a good meal again, or to sleep warmly, then come with us. I'm sorry. I chose my words poorly. But my sister is right. Don't worry, we're on your side. You're one of us, child of Athenak. With the same kind, familiar smile, Rick nodded, his face mirroring Noemi's. Me, one? Dolche mumbled softly, her round eyes downcast, her voice quiet and full of uncertainty as she asked, almost pleading. Can I really come with you? Does Dolche not have to live alone anymore? Noemi didn't hesitate. She pulled Dolche into a warm embrace, like gently tugging her from the covers, and stroked her back. Of course. You're not alone anymore. We won't let you be alone. Section. Dolche buried her face in Noemi's chest, sobbing quietly, while Noemi comforted her. Rick watched them, his expression gentle, and I couldn't help but feel a little surprised. When we first met, I thought they were all high-strung, arrogant, and full of themselves. But deep down, they're kind and genuine. They can show this kind of softness, too. They weren't bad people to begin with. Yeah, I guess so. I replied to the proudly smiling Karen as I stood up. All right, let's change our plans and ask G-Liz to take us back. Before Dolche gets hungry again, I want her to enjoy something more special this time, not just camp stew, but maybe something like Tomo-san's cake. Chapter 37.5, Wouldn't It Be Bad? And so, here we are. It took us 10 days to get there, but less than half an hour to return. Thanks to G-Liz's wings, we flew back to Sidira in no time. Bird-san and Schnee-san seemed incredibly humbled by the experience of riding on the back of a dragon, while Noah and Parker-san were quite at ease, having done this before. They chatted casually. The Ajisha twins were in awe the entire time, and Dolche-san, well, she was completely terrified. I couldn't blame her. After all, this was her first time leaving the forest, and her first time flying. Who could fault her for passing out from sheer nerves? I felt a bit bad about asking G-Liz to make 3 trips to get everyone back. He'll have to pick us up again tomorrow, so I'll make sure to properly thank him when we return home. Even after arriving in Sidira, there are still a lot of things to do. First, we needed to figure out Dolche-san's living arrangements. In the end, she ended up staying at Noah's mansion as a guest. Not just her, though Rick-san and Noema-san decided they'd crash there for a while as well. We've got plenty of rooms anyway, Noah said. Parker chimed in, it's nice having more people around. Makes things livelier. Once her new home was settled, next was her appearance. Dolche-san was given a bath, thoroughly scrubbed clean, and dressed in new clothes to replace her worn-out ones. Thanks to the women's efforts, they spent a solid 2 hours making sure she was squeaky clean. While her gloomy demeanor hadn't completely vanished, she looked like an adorable girl afterward. You should have gotten washed up with her too. Kien. I joked at Chocola, who bolted away in a panic. Come on. You're just as filthy after 10 days in the forest. Today's fine, but don't think you'll escape when we're home. Of course, Dolche-san and Chocola weren't the only ones carrying the grime of travel. After everyone got a proper bath and freshened up, we gathered in the guest room for a late-night meeting, while Dolche-san slept soundly in a nearby bedroom. So, what do we do now? Bird-san muttered. His words were vague, but the sentiment was shared by all. The situation was a tangled mess, and we had no clear starting point. Let's go one step at a time. We can't afford to jump around from topic to topic. If we take things piece by piece, we'll figure something out. Rick-san raised his hand first when I suggested that. Then let's start with how we're going to deal with Alfheim, the elf nation. I've already discussed this with Noemi and Karen, but our home country, we can't trust them in any way. Because of the crucible breaking ritual, right? And the existence of those rare existents. Keeping that a secret could cause an international incident. Could it be that other leaders, including my father and mother, are already aware? When Noah asked that, Rick-san shook his head. I don't know. What I do know is that Noemi and I were sent to the surface with no explanation, only told to investigate the Athanak settlement. It's absurd. I think the elf nation underestimated you too. Back when you first arrived in Sidira, they probably thought you'd just follow orders without question. Rick-san and Noema-san's expressions soured at Karen's blunt assessment. Well, I admit we were stupid. We probably would have rushed back to the capital to report everything. Exactly, we were being used as convenient pawns. It's embarrassing, really. But the thing is, I don't think the entire nation is united. The Elders' Council is constantly at odds with each other. So, what's the plan? Rick-san grinned, mischievously. We'll send a report through the communication crystal, saying it was in ruins. Of course, we won't return to the capital. We'll just watch how they react. I see. Bird-san smirked. Anyone in the know about crucible breaking will definitely panic. Stopping the ritual is no small matter. Right. And even if they order us to return, we'll just act clueless. We'll tell them we felt inadequate, so we're staying on the surface to improve our skills. In the meantime, we'll gauge their intentions. Of course, we can't be too relaxed since there's still the issue with the rare existence. But they'll feel the same pressure. Plus, we have an advantage. They don't know that there's a force in Sidira capable of defeating a rare existence. I'm sorry to say, but we'll have to use you. It can't be helped. Both Sway and I prefer the forest to remain peaceful. True. Though, peaceful might not be the best way to describe that forest. We all chuckled at Noema-san's sharp comment. I thought you were straightforward, but you're turning out to be quite cunning. Is this Bird-san's influence? If you're honest, you'll learn from the crafty people around you. That's just how it works. Hey now, don't give me that reputation. It's Schnee-san who's the expert at this stuff. When Bird-san playfully responded, Schnee-san simply shrugged in silence. The mood lightened, and then Parker-san shifted the topic. While we wait and see what the Elven Kingdom does, I'm more concerned about this Teiku, resistance, phenomenon. Teiku, a place where magic crucibles connect and create an area of extreme magical concentration, causing the surrounding creatures to mutate into rare existence. But there was something about it that had been bothering me. Something doesn't add up. There might be more to this than we realize, but it doesn't make sense to me. I looked around at everyone before speaking. They say the people of Athanak performed the crucible-breaking ritual from the surface down to the middle layers, right? But they didn't do it in the deepest parts of the forest. Can such a half-finished job really be enough? I was wondering the same thing. Karen followed up on my question. We live in the deep forest, but we've never seen any rare existence. So, there's been no Teiku down there. It doesn't add up. Exactly. If magic crucibles were that frequent, the deep forest should be a prime spot for it. Parker-san, deep in thought, muttered. There's either a flaw in Dolche-san's knowledge, or something else is preventing Teiku from forming in the deeper parts. Both are possible, but we also can't rule out another explanation. And so, I voiced the question that had been lingering in my mind the entire time. Is Teiku something that only happens in the Void Forest? Chapter 37.6. There are clues. Is Teiku something that only happens in the Void Forest? My question caused the group to fall into a sudden, thoughtful silence. It was likely something that had been lingering in the back of everyone's mind. In other words, you're talking about other divine wills broth. Yeah. Noah nodded thoughtfully, understanding my point. There are two other places within the known world where divine wills broth exists. One is the malignant sea in the southern Zazario Empire, and the other is the Helheim Valley at the northern edge of the Beastkin territories. I wasn't entirely ignorant of this world anymore. Little by little, I had studied these things. Though, living in the forest most of the time meant I was still clueless about many common things. Like the Void Forest, both the Malignant Sea and the Helheim Valley were regions where magic power crucibles were frequent and persistent, making them places where mutations easily occurred, posing a great threat to humanity. Naturally, these areas were also rich in magical resources, making them dangerous yet valuable. The malignant sea is made up of a violently turbulent ocean and scattered islands, right? Since you can't use ships, the only way to get there is by air. The Zazario Empire owns the area, but they aren't very eager to explore it, so not much is known. Exactly. However, they do carry out resource excavations around the sea. Noah took over the explanation. Though the Zazario Empire has since shifted to a more peaceful policy, it once was an imperialist nation. As a result, it's a multi-ethnic state, including small traditional tribes that rely on hunting around the sea. So, does the kingdom get information from them? Yes. The empire doesn't keep that area secret. Even the Adventurers Guild operates there, so the information is likely shared. Noah glanced at Birdsan, who nodded in agreement. The area around the Malignant Sea used to be home to the Delphine tribe's small kingdom. It's now a province of the empire. Sway knows them well, they worship dragons as their ancestors. That's no different in the empire. The Delphine tribe. That's the same race as the Lamiasans. So, the people living around the Malignant Sea are also protected by dragons? That's right. There's a clan called the Yato, living on an island in the middle of the sea. You're quite knowledgeable, Birdsha. I didn't even know the name of that dragon clan. Yeah, well. Bird's response to Noah's admiration seemed oddly casual. He didn't look proud or embarrassed, just dismissive. Was I imagining things? In any case, there are still reports of mutants being hunted around the Malignant Sea. In emergencies or against weaker enemies, the dragons handle it easily. But I haven't heard of anything like the monsters we're dealing with now. If something like that showed up, surely at least 1 or 2 dragons would have been killed, and that would definitely make its way into the news. It's the same for the Beastkin territories. I haven't heard of anything like that either. Following Noah and Bird, Parkasan spoke up. The Helheim Valley is a magical wasteland, but it's also sacred ground for us Beastkin. After all, it's where the fairy dogs, Cu Sithsama, resides. As she said this, she cast a fervent look at Chocola. Wafu? Chocola just yawned. You were born in the Helheim Valley too, weren't you? FSS Kuan? Not much of a reaction. Chocola was still a baby back then. And besides, yes, that's right. When Chocola was young, his family, his parents, were killed by a mutant. He, too, was nearly attacked, but my father and mother happened to be nearby and saved him. If you don't remember, there's no need to make you recall it. Parkasan, the Helheim Valley isn't as unexplored as the other 2 places, is it? Well, yeah. People have ventured pretty far in. But the only ones who made it all the way to the bottom, the Infinite Seal, are your parents. Didn't you know that? Ah, no. She gave me a disapproving look. It's not that I don't know, but I only heard it from my mother. She had told the story so casually, like it wasn't a big deal. Honestly, I was more curious about how my father handled the whole thing with her than the adventure itself. Well, it's Heavenly Belsama we're talking about, so I guess that makes sense. In any case, there haven't been any stories about crucible breaking or rare existence in Helheim Valley. Unlike the Void Forest, no one's allowed to live there, so I don't think there are any settlements. I see. Of course, it's entirely possible that something could be happening in secret, without the outside world knowing. After all, that's exactly what happened in the Void Forest. Athenac's responsibility had been unknown even to her fellow elves. Still, something felt off. The Malignant Sea, the Helheim Valley, and the Void Forest. If Teku could occur in any of these places, and creatures as dangerous as that Chimera could be born, shouldn't there be more proactive measures in place? Yet, neither the Malignant Sea nor Helheim Valley showed any sign of such activity, and in the Void Forest, it had been happening in secret, unnoticed by anyone until now. In fact, even in the Void Forest, the ritual only affected the middle layers. The deeper areas remained untouched. I don't know. There are too many unknowns. What should we do? We were working with too little information. It was like trying to build a machine with missing parts. And without even a blueprint, there's a chance we might be putting some pieces in backward. How about invading the elf nation of Alfheim and asking them directly? Though that's hardly a peaceful approach. Please don't say such terrifying things. I mean, you are certainly capable of pulling it off, but still. Rick-san looked pale, so I smiled. I'm just joking. Besides, my father already did that when he took the throne. Oh, you mean when my father ascended? I heard that story many times when I was a child. Seriously, Karen, what is with your family? Foo foo foo. The Hateno family is amazing. If the homeland keeps messing around, Sway and I will do the same thing Uncle did. As Noah, Noema-san, and Karen chatted energetically, I organized my thoughts. With the mysterious intentions of the elf nation of Alfheim still unclear, confronting them directly would be unwise. We're at too much of a disadvantage, which means we need to gather as much information as possible. In this case, our weapon isn't power, it's knowledge and information. And I think I know a way to get that information. There are people who hold records about this world's creation, something beyond rare creatures, ruptured crucibles, or teku, something larger in scale. I've made up my mind. For now, Rick-san and Noema-san, could you and the others head to Alfheim and try to discreetly gather information from Dolche-san? Bird-san, could you check the guild's records about the malignant sea? And Parker-san, if possible, look into Helheim Valley a bit more? As for me, I'll return to the forest and ask around. Ask who? The dragons, who have history beyond human memory, and the fairies, who played a crucial role in the formation of human history. If anyone knows something we humans can't, it's them. Chapter 38, 2000 Years of Separation, and the Happiness We Have Here and Now. Chapter 38.1, Let's Pick Up Our Dreams. It feels so good to be home after nearly half a month away. Father, I'm home. Bark. Kiyu. We are back. We're back. We're back. As the whole family greeted each other and opened the door, the familiar smell of home greeted us. It's hard to describe exactly, but it's a scent that instantly puts my mind at ease. By the way, Karen, Chocola, and I traveled to the Dragon's Village on the back of Gila's, meeting up with Mother. We all rode home together in a carriage pulled by Pochi. It was the quickest way to travel, and we all got to say we're home to Father at the same time. You, Chocola, pasture, play with Pochi, bark. Mint, full of boundless energy, dragged Chocola outside again. Soon, I could hear Pochi's joyful purr from the stable out back. Mother, I'll get the bath ready right away. You should go in first. Karen and I already had a feast at Noah's house. Though that was 3 days ago. Oh, really? That would be great. The Dragon's Village was nice, but the baths. We could only wash in mountain streams. It's been over 10 days for her now. In this world, having a bath every day is a rare luxury. On the road, we often can't even manage a proper wash, just wiping ourselves down with wet towels. Soap is common enough to keep us somewhat clean, but nothing beats the feeling of a proper bath, especially our home's bath, with its cheap-level shampoo and body soap. Chocola, be ready tonight. I thought I heard a distant yelp of protest. Anyway, back to the task at hand. Heated the bath up, took turns in the bath, washed our clothes, cooked dinner, and ate together. Chocola, despite his resistance, ended up covered in bubbles. Before rinsing, he shook himself off, soaking us in the process, but we managed to turn his coarse, tangled fur into soft, fluffy silk. After Mint fell asleep like a little bud, we gathered in the living room for tea and conversation. Mother, you seem a bit unsatisfied with just tea. You weren't drinking too much at the Dragon's Village, were you? Of course not. Really? Are you sure? Not even a little fib? No, it's just that they had just finished preparing some milk liquor. We had to open an old batch, so it couldn't be helped. I see, it couldn't be helped, huh? But try to take it easy for a while, okay? Yes. Now then. With a clearing of my throat, I shifted gears and spoke up. We haven't heard from the two of them in Aegisha for the past 3 days. That means no word from the Elven nation of Alfheim either. I had already shared everything that had happened in Athenac with Mother. And of course, we had asked Liz plenty of questions before returning here. This was just to confirm the facts. Whatever the Elven nation is planning, we can put that aside for now. In fact, Their silence is working in our favor. It gives us time to gather our cards. And now, on to our next steps. It was a huge help that Liz's knowledge gave us a lead. As I said that, both Mother and Karen let out heavy sighs. The Demon King? Yeah. The traits matched with the rare existence we fought. The dragon's lore speaks of a time long ago when a similar creature existed. It was a creature that dissolved the crucible crystals growing on its body, transforming into a calamity in the shape of a living thing. It rampaged without purpose, or maybe it never had a purpose at all, wreaking havoc upon the world. This being was called the Demon King. But after laying waste to the planet, the Demon King was eventually defeated. By whom, no one knows. Neither the memory nor the records of the dragon hold the answer. It's only told as an ancient fable, something that happened long, long ago. In Athenac, they called the rare existences Demon King as well. This means the appearance of these creatures has been happening since the ancient times mentioned in the dragon's lore. For now, we'll set aside questions like why this information never made it into the world or why there are no sightings recorded. To unravel the mysteries of history, we must trace it back to the beginning. The root of everything, the very start of the story. One key point in the dragon's lore is that their long history, stretching back before recorded human history, experiences a break. A period of severance, where much of what should have been passed down was lost or became vague. That happened 2,000 years ago, marking the start of human history. I believe the Demon King appeared more than 2,000 years ago. And the ones who defeated it were 4 Seasons San and the others, the Transmigrators from Japan. That was when the world as it was before was rewritten by 4 Seasons San's grand magic. If the dragons forgot, then that means information was lost during the world's alteration. And in my dreams, I've caught glimpses of the past of those Japanese people. They said, "We saved the world. We've been here for 15 years now, in this world of, and we're already considered heroes. I've lost count of how many times we've saved this world of." Kinue, the founder of Kwaioi, laughed as he spoke to his sister, Color-san. Their image is still burned into my memory. There were 10 of them at first. By the end, only 6 remained. The one that left the strongest impression on me was Watanuki. She was the woman who tearfully embraced Color-san, most likely the ancestor of Athenac's people. I can't help but wonder, what happened over the last 2,000 years? What did they bear? What did they hold on to? What did they go through? What did they build? What did they gain and what did they lose that led Watanuki's descendants to abandon their village and their duty? Watanuki, Color-san's dearest friend. She must know how it all began. I don't know if I can, but I'll try. As I stroked Chocola's back, I made a promise to Mother and Karen. I'm going to try to check out 4 Seasons San's and Color-san's memories again, to uncover the forgotten records of the world from 2,000 years ago. If I can do that, I believe everything will become clear. Chapter 38.2. Even while relaxing. I'll trace 4 Seasons San and Color-san's memories, searching through the past. Maybe, just maybe, I can do it. Or so I've said. I don't really have any concrete methods or leads though. It's more like trying out whatever comes to mind and hoping something works. Still, for some reason, whether it's instinct or just a feeling, I think I can do it. And lately, whenever I've had this kind of feeling, especially since I returned to this world, it's been spot on. It's probably the dark attribute magic, which interferes with causality, working subconsciously. So, I've decided to take things slow, not rushing or getting too worked up, but always following through on any ideas that come to mind. Of course, there's still the chance we might get a response from the Agisha twins about Alfheim at any time, and depending on what it says, things could change drastically. But barring any extreme developments, I've already decided to play dumb or lay low to buy us some time. More importantly, I can't spend all my energy on this issue alone. We have our daily lives to manage, and with winter approaching, preparations need to be made. Winter is a bigger deal for Sidira than it is for our home. Section. The next day. As a first step, I attempted a magic exchange, or rather, an attunement with 4 Seasons San and Color-san. I sent them my magic, and in return, I received theirs. Of course, this wouldn't trigger any kind of spell, but since magic holds both records and memories, there was a chance it might stir something within me. Sorry we can't help much. If only we could remember the events of that time. Right. Did we really fight something called the Demon King? They said this, but I shook my head. No, I'm the one who should apologize. Ideally, those of us living in the present should be the ones to resolve the problems of this era. Four Seasons San and Color San did more than enough 2,000 years ago. That's why I only want to ask for the bare minimum of help. After that, I hope they can just relax, drink tea, eat cake, and spend peaceful time with their children. The afternoon was then spent taking care of various household tasks. Today, we're washing Pochi. Oh, yay. Bark. Kiuru. We headed to the riverbank by the stream running west of the pasture. I held a deck brush, or the local equivalent in this world. Karen, eager and fired up, held her own brush. Mint, clutching a bucket, beamed with excitement. Chocola, who clearly had no idea what was going on, and Pochi, surrounded by us all, looked utterly confused. Together, we were going to clean Pochi's shell. Pochi mostly lives outdoors and often pulls the lizard carriage, so his body gets dirty easily. Of course, unlike Chocola, he doesn't come into the house, so normally it's fine for him to stay as he is. But when dirt starts to fill the gaps in his shell or moss begins to grow on his surface, it becomes something we can't ignore. If mold or parasites settle in, there's the risk of illness. So, once in a while, before the cold sets in, we give him a good clean. Meanwhile, Mother had gone to patrol the area. Though it was unlikely that another rare creature would appear so soon after yesterday's events, she was being extra cautious just in case. Alright, let's start with the head. We'll just wipe around the face, but make sure to scrub the frills well. Kururu. Since the Tarask isn't good at swimming, it doesn't want to enter the river. So instead of dunking it in water, we'll carry buckets back and forth, slowly cleaning it with towels and brushes. Kiu. Kiu. Pouring the water slowly, I begin to wash away the dirt. As I scrub, Pochi narrows its eyes in pleasure. I'll wipe your mouth, Pochi. Kiu. Sway, I can't reach the horns. Can you handle them? Got it. Karen, you handle the frills. Climb on its back and scrub from behind. Bark. Bark. You love splashing water, but hate showers. Go figure. As I splash water onto Pochi, Chocola reacts with excitement, running around energetically. Sway, that, Mopey. Give. Clean Pochi feet. Alright, please do. Make sure to get the dirt packed into the shell's gaps. The spots where the harness usually goes aren't as dirty. Thanks, Pochi, for always pulling through. Kurururu. Bark. Digidig. Chocola's started digging. Chocola was busy poking his nose between the river rocks, digging furiously with his front paws. Was he bored? Or maybe he'd found some caddisfly larvae? Still, Pochi is pretty dirty. Tarasks don't shed their shells, so in the wild they often get parasites, which can lead to health problems. At the Republic's ranches, they wash them like this about once a year. I see, so we should do this every year around this time. Pochi seems to enjoy it too. Kiu. Scrub tummy too. Pochi. Sleep. Mint was working hard, breathing heavily, her cheeks smudged with mud and water. Our hands and towels were already completely black with grime. Chocola, if you're bored, why not catch some fish for us? Digidig. Still focused on digging, huh? Mint, come over here. I'll rinse you off. You. Karen conjured a magical rain, washing off the final bits of dirt from Pochi's body. The fine droplets scattered in the sunlight, creating a beautiful rainbow in the mist. Where? Rainbow. Amazing. Karen. Amazing. Mint ran around, splashing through the water without a care, chasing after the colorful light. Pochi lifted itself from the ground, letting out a happy Kiuru. I'm back. Looks like you're all having fun. Mother appeared from the forest, her eyes softening as she smiled warmly at Mint and the others. Noticing her presence, Chocola stopped digging and scampered over to her. Foo, you could tell by the smell? You're so easy to please. Bark. In Mother's hand, she held a freshly caught tri-hand, likely hunted while on patrol. Chocola sniffed it eagerly, tongue lolling out in anticipation. Mother, can I have that? I'll clean it here and get it ready. Kuan. Sorry, Chocola, you'll have to wait. It's not dinner time yet. The cool autumn breeze felt good against our skin, damp from the light exertion, and the misty rain soothed our warm bodies. We spent that peaceful afternoon together, cherishing the small, simple moments. Later that night, I had a dream, one so vivid, I woke up with a start. Chapter 38.3 Memories Recur. With a sudden jolt, I open my eyes and sit up in bed. My heart races loudly, and my body feels cold and clammy. For a moment, I even forget to breathe as I replay the vivid images that had unfolded behind my eyelids. I saw it. It was unmistakable. The dream I just had was a record from 2,000 years ago, a memory of 4 Seasons San and Color San. I had planned to approach this gradually, but on the very first night, it had come to me. Taking a deep breath, I grab my phone from beside the pillow, unlock it, and open the Notes app. Without filtering or analyzing anything, I type out everything I remember, just as it was. Yet, what triggered this specific scene? After I finish jotting down the details, I murmur to myself. I know that the dream was likely triggered by the magical exchange I performed with 4 Seasons San and Color San. But the question is, why did I see this dream? The content was a battle won from long ago. I saw 10 Japanese transmigrators fighting against a rare existence, a demon king. The rare existence in the dream was grotesque. Far worse than the chimera I had fought, it was a monstrous amalgamation of various beasts. It had countless heads, mismatched limbs from various creatures, useless wings, mouths filled with fangs, and gleaming, iridescent eyes. It was so horribly deformed that it was impossible to tell what its original form might have been. And during the battle, one of the transmigrators suffered such a gruesome fate. I shake my head vigorously. It was just a dream. It didn't happen to me. No. But it was real. It was something 4 Seasons San and Color San had actually experienced 2,000 years ago. I exhale deeply. I'm letting the dream mess with my emotions. I feel restless, and there's no way I'll be able to go back to sleep. Getting out of bed, I put on a windbreaker and step out of my room. I walk downstairs, open the front door, and step into the garden to breathe in the cool night air. I'm doing the same thing I did after the last dream, aren't I? Back then, Chocola came to comfort me. Kuan. How did you know I was awake? Sure enough, just like before, Chocola appears from the shadows, padding softly toward me. Kuan. He rubs his fluffy body against my legs, as if asking, are you okay? I'm fine. This isn't like last time, I'm not upset. But, thanks. Bark, FSSH. Come here, you. I squat down and cup his face in my hands, giving him a good rub before petting him all over. I wonder what time it is. Chocola hasn't howled yet, so it's probably still a while before dawn. I look up at the sky. The moon of this world, with its distinctive ring, is a little more than half full. It's slightly past its zenith, leaning toward the western sky. 2 or 3 in the morning, maybe. Bark. If I stay up, tomorrow's going to be rough. I should probably try to get some more sleep soon. As I playfully ruffle Chocola's fur, coaxing him as he paws at my knee, a voice interrupts. If that's the case, why not talk with me for a bit until you feel sleepy? From the shadows of the English garden beside the house, a small figure steps into the moonlight, smiling gently at me. 4 Seasons San. His wings, faintly illuminated by the pale moonlight, shimmer softly as he shrugs. Fairies are supposed to appear at night, after all. What was it? A Midsummer Night's Dream? Oh, was that a good read? I haven't gotten around to it yet. On my bookshelf, there's a paperback edition of Shakespeare's works. I've lent a few books to 4 Seasons San, alongside novels by other authors. Actually, I haven't read A Midsummer Night's Dream yet, either. But I did read some Akutagawa Ryunosuke. Which ones? Rashomon, maybe. CHT and Taroko. Interesting choices. Even though I read quite a bit in my spare time, I get the feeling that Four-Seasons-san might soon surpass me in literary knowledge. Without a word, Four-Seasons-san leads me deeper into the garden, to the gazebo. We sit across from each other, and, as if he'd been planning it all along, there's a steaming cup of tea waiting for me on the table. It's herbal tea. It should help you sleep better. Thank you. I'll have some. I sip the tea, gently stroking Chocola, who's curled up at my feet. Did reading Japanese literature bring back any memories? No, not at all. But I did realize something. Color really doesn't like books. She falls asleep almost immediately while reading. I see. I wish I'd picked something a bit easier for her. Lend me a picture book or an encyclopedia next time. She'd probably enjoy just looking at the illustrations. That makes sense. An animal encyclopedia sounds like a good idea. To me, it's a book with ordinary creatures, but to Color-san, it would be a book filled with animals from a completely different world even if she was originally from Japan. I understand that fact, but there's still something a little sad about it. As I mull over these thoughts, Four-Seasons-san speaks up, catching me off guard. I knew you'd come to the garden. What? Isn't it strange? How did I know to wake up in the middle of the night and come to the living world? That's... For a moment, I just blink, confused. Then it hits me. No way. Yes, exactly. Think about it. We exchanged magic powers earlier today. It's not surprising that what happened to you might happen to me as well. When he puts it that way, it makes perfect sense. It could happen. What I did was a kind of memory experience through dreams using dark magic to trace the causal lines of the past, essentially accessing the records stored in magic power. The process wasn't fully clear to me, and there was no formal spell involved. It was all based on coincidence and intuition, which is why I thought it was something only I could do. But Four-Seasons-san, while not as adept as me, also possesses dark magic. And earlier today, my magic power had flowed through him for a time. You saw something, didn't you? What did you see? I can't help the tremble in my voice as I ask. In response, Four-Seasons-san, the Fairy King, speaks. I'm not as strong in magic as you, so it was blurry and indistinct, but yes, I did remember something. He shrugs with a self-deprecating, sad smile. It's true that we, the Japanese transmigrators, defeated the rare existence, the Demon Kings. We believed it was our mission. But the truth is, their emergence could have been prevented in the first place. He begins to speak of fragments from a world long gone, a piece of history now lost. Section 2000 years ago, the Demon Kings were created by human hands. In other words, it was a man-made disaster. We were used to clean up the mess, exploited until there was nothing left of us. And in the end, the world was dragged down with us. That expression, the bitter smile of a man who had once been a hero or someone who should have been a hero. Chapter 38.4. But things are different now. The Demon Kings were manufactured by human hands. At least that's what happened 2000 years ago, when we still living as humans. Four-Seasons-san's confession hit me like a hammer. Manufactured. The Demon Kings' rare existence, those monstrous beings like the Chimera. How? It couldn't have been through science or biotechnology. The world I glimpsed in my dream, from 2000 years ago, seemed far less advanced than the one we live in now. There were no signs of advanced technology, so it must have been magic. There's no doubt that there were lost technologies back then. I recall that magic from that era could alter the very fabric of reality, using something akin to repaint to rewrite the world itself. But I shook my head, pushing those thoughts aside. No, that's not the point. The real shock isn't how it was done. Why? Why would humans create such monsters? For war. Four-Seasons-san answered coldly. His blunt reply settled heavily in my chest, as though it had been obvious from the start. The moment I heard it, I knew. But even so, it filled me with a weight I couldn't shake. I don't remember much about the geopolitical state of the world back then. But the technology to manufacture Demon Kings was fully developed. Nations were mass-producing them as weapons. They cloaked their intentions in grand terms like divine emissaries or demigods, but they were just tools for invading other countries. The nation we were transported to opposed their use. And that's why you fought them. Fought the rare existence. Yes. Our motivations were probably something like justice or revulsion. I can't remember my exact emotions from back then. I can imagine. As someone who's lived in the same peaceful era as you, seeing something like that would make me think, this is wrong. I wouldn't be able to stand by. Then you can probably guess what happened next, can't you? Yes. 4 Seasons Sans sigh carried the weight of resignation. It made perfect sense. Dropped into a world where bioweapons were used in warfare, with the ethics of modern Japan, how could young people like them not be used, manipulated? Even if you stand for ethics and justice, in the end, war is war. And when it's a long-standing conflict, both sides do the same thing. Our nation, which opposed the Demon King's creation as inhumane and a violation of life itself, still used weapons to push its agenda. Those weapons were us, the children transmigrated from another world. We didn't realize it right away. I don't remember exactly when it dawned on us. But by the time we had lost nearly half of our comrades, we had wiped out all the Demon Kings. You could say we saved the world after all. Those monsters destroyed everything in their path. Not even the nations that created them could control them. I tried to picture it. What if I had been transported to the same era as 4 Seasons San and his group? Would I have fought, too? Would I have joined that nation and helped defeat the Demon Kings? I was born in a peaceful time, wasn't I? Hey, don't let it get to you. It's all in the past. Even I only remembered it today, so you don't need to dwell on it. But what's important is the present, right? You don't need to be sentimental about the past. What you need is to use the facts of the past to address the problems right in front of you. With that, 4 Seasons San reached out and gently patted my shoulder. Yes, you're right. Thank you. A lot has happened, but the future continues. My comrades became elves and passed their bloodline down to Karen. The children who were once part of my family have taken root in this world, and they brought forth lives like Chocola and Mint. I think that's enough. Bark! At the sound of her name, Chocola lifted her head and looked toward 4 Seasons San. Thanks to our magic exchange, Sway, I've remembered a bit more. Yes, we did have a dog back then, a Siberian husky we brought with us from the other world. A smart one, much like you, Chocola. Bark. 4 Seasons San stood up from his chair and crouched down in front of Chocola, meeting his eyes. He extended his hand to her chin, and with a soft bark, Chocola leaned into the touch, his eyes narrowing in contentment. Kuan. Thank you. For still being here, even after 2,000 years. His voice was no longer distant or detached, no longer the cool, objective tone he usually used when talking about the past. It was warm and filled with genuine emotion. After a moment, 4 Seasons San's expression shifted, becoming more serious. Now, we should discuss the current situation. They say something resembling the Demon Kings has appeared once more. The question is whether it was created artificially like before or if it came about naturally. Do you think it's possible that the method to create them still exists? I asked, feeling a chill run down my spine. The thought that someone could still be creating those monsters was terrifying. 4 Seasons San shook his head, not in denial but in uncertainty. I can't say. I don't remember the exact method of how they were made. And the world is different now than it was 2,000 years ago. Partly because of my grand magic. Even if I did remember, I don't know if it could be replicated today. So, the method is lost, and even if it wasn't, it's unclear whether it could even work in the present day. Is that what you mean? Exactly. That's why the first step is for me to recover my memory. His eyes gleamed with a spark of determination, even in the dark night, as though they held a light of their own. 2,000 years ago, the world was overrun by demon kings. It was a nightmare. Yes. Even if we, as the inhabitants of the ethereal world, cannot interfere directly with the living world. Even if we're beings that exist in the gaps between realms, I will not allow my wife or my children to witness such horror again. If you're committed to preventing it, I will support you however I can. Of course, to do that, we'd need much more information. And for that, we needed 4 Seasons San to remember more. One dream won't reveal everything. But one dream gave us a lead. If we keep revisiting these dreams, we'll eventually uncover the truth. Yes, we might lose some sleep, but we'll make it work. Without a word, Four Seasons San raised his fist toward me. I grinned and bumped my fist against his in return. A fist bump. It reminded me of my time in Japan, when my friends and I would do this after gym class, a simple gesture of camaraderie. Maybe it existed here too, though I hadn't seen anyone else do it. So I had a feeling this was something uniquely ours, a ritual between two Japanese souls, united in their fight. Chapter 38.5 Grab the Tail. And so, from that day, my quiet battle alongside Four Seasons San began. We exchanged magic power during the day and went to sleep each night hoping for dreams that would bring back memories. If I could glimpse a memory, great. If not, we'd try again the next day. It wasn't exactly the most thrilling process, despite the gravity of our goal. Still, we were making progress. While I exchanged magic power with both Four Seasons San and Color San, only Four Seasons San seemed to get feedback in the form of dreams. Yet, oddly enough, the memories that were recovered weren't just his alone, they were shared with Color San as well. In a sense, Four Seasons San's recollections were synchronized with Color San's, as if they were both accessing the same memory network. I think it's a fairy trait. We're connected at a deeper level, in the subconscious. Color-san had explained. When I relayed this to Mother, she mused. In spiritual terms, it sounds like they're less of a swarm of individuals and more like a collective being a single entity, really. But that's just a theory. I wasn't sure if I fully grasped the idea, but it seemed logical. At least, that was how things worked for them. So we decided to continue with our current method since the flow of magic power improved when both Four Seasons San and Color San were involved. The real issue, though, was figuring out how to trigger the specific dreams we needed. We had no guarantee of seeing a useful dream on any given night, and even when we did, there was no certainty it would provide the right information. Ideally, we needed a way to guide the dreams. Something like, if you do this during the day, you'll dream of that at night. A method to steer the process. By the 5th day of magic exchanges, I found myself pondering possible breakthroughs. And then, unexpectedly, one arrived. Section. Of course, while investigating the rare existence was crucial, we couldn't neglect preparations for the winter. According to the Japanese calendar, December was only a week away. Since our return to the forest, the air had steadily grown colder, and it felt as though autumn was giving way to early winter. That day, Karen, Chocola, and Mint had gone out hunting. Karen and Chocola were in charge of tracking and catching prey, while Mint was responsible for foraging mushrooms and wild plants. We aimed to gather slightly more than we needed to eat daily, setting aside the surplus for winter reserves. So far, things were going smoothly, and I was confident we'd be ready in time. Meanwhile, Mother and I were splitting firewood together. With winter approaching, we'd be burning more wood, so we needed to stockpile as much as possible. I swung Riddle, chopping through the logs with a steady rhythm. But Mother, well, her method was far more impressive. She casually tossed logs into the air and, with a quick flick of her hand, used magic to split them mid-flight. In a single motion, the logs would be cleanly sliced into 5 or 6 pieces, falling in perfect stacks. It was a technique she'd recently developed, she told me, combining fire magic to burn and ice magic to cut. The fiery, razor-thin ice blades were practically invisible, and they melted away immediately after doing their job. To an observer, it looked like a sudden gust of wind had sliced through the logs. She'd created this spell using the power of the ring Father had left her. The ring was crafted from materials rich with magic, imbued with all sorts of properties. It was the last gift my father had given her, a parting token from a world brimming with magic. Despite the fierce power of the spell, there was a calm warmth in Mother's expression. She was probably thinking of Father. As Mother and I continued working, Karen returned through the gate, her expression unusually grim. "Welcome back. What happened? Something wrong?" "Sway, Vile-sama, something big happened." Her face was tense, her lips twitching in a way that reminded me of her playful side, but this wasn't that. This was frustration, or maybe even disbelief. "What on earth?" "Just look." She stepped aside, revealing Mint and Chocola standing behind her. Mint, with her basket full of mushrooms, fruits, and wild plants, was beaming with pride. "I'm back," she chirped, running over to Mother. And then there was Chocola. Panting happily, tongue lolling out, he sat down obediently, just as cheerful as ever. "But, you've got to be kidding me." I was speechless. "Well, look, Mother, sway, Chocora, like that," Mint added, her earlier joy replaced by a small frown. Mother's eyes widened. Mint looked slightly deflated, and Karen seemed utterly defeated. "Bark." Chocola tilted her head in confusion as if asking what's wrong, clearly unaware of the chaos he had caused. "This can't be you." His head, back, legs, his entire fluffy body was covered in burs. Hundreds of tiny burs had latched onto his fur, leaving him in a state of utter disarray. "Bark? What bark? How in the world did you manage to get into this mess?" The types of burs were varied, similar to earth plants like burdock, begotix, and agrimony, though they were native to this world. Their names and shapes might differ, but the result was the same. They clung tightly to everything they touched. Would I be able to get all of these off? And would I be the one stuck with this task? There was a deer-horned rabbit, jackalope. Karen sighed, beginning to explain what had happened. A jackalope, as its name suggests, is a large rabbit with antlers. Unlike the more aggressive Walpurtingus, jackalopes are swift and elusive, highly prized for their tender meat and the medicinal properties of their antlers. In the forest, they're known for their agility, and only a few of them were caught in years. We were chasing one when it darted into a thicket, one of those dense patches full of burs. I hesitated, but Chocola, well, he charged right in. "I see. And what about the jackalope?" "It got away." "Bark." "I see. So the only thing we gained from the hunt was a burr-covered Chocola. Well, no point in lamenting it. We can't just leave him like this." With a resigned chuckle, I knelt down and called him over. "Come here." "Bark." Chocola bounded toward me, completely oblivious to the state he was in, and pounced at me playfully. "No, stop. Not now. If he rubbed against me, I'd end up covered in burs, too." "All right, I'll handle this." "Mother, can you keep working on the firewood?" "Karen, Mint, once you've finished sorting what you gathered, come give me a hand." I stroked Chocola's back to calm him down and decided to start with his face. He must have run through those bushes quite a bit because the burs were a tangled mess in his fur. It looked like trying to pick them off one by one with my hands would take forever. Maybe I should try using a comb. "Wait here for a second." "Bark." I headed to the bath area and grabbed Chocola's grooming comb, a fine-toothed iron one I had bought here, typically used for picking out fleas. They're kind of like fleas and ticks, right? Let's see if this works. Yeah, looks like it'll do the trick. Bark. Coo. Thank goodness, it seemed to be working. As I brushed Chocola, who looked like he was enjoying the pampering, "This isn't a spa treatment, okay?" I started removing the burs one by one. My barrier couldn't stop this. I guess it's just like with fleas or ticks, they won't bite, but they'll still get caught in the fur. Coo. Bark. Ooh, stop getting so relax. Okay, now roll over so I can get your belly. Coo. I kept combing through her fur, picking out the more stubborn ones by hand. The repetitive task was strangely satisfying after a while. "Your fur's starting to get all fluffy. Looks like you're getting ready for winter." Bark. "You always get more energetic in the colder months. Must be that Siberian husky blood in you." Bark. "There wasn't much snow back where we used to live, but I wonder how it'll be here. You were always so excited on snowy days, though." Bark. Bark. We chatted while I kept working, slowly making progress. The burs were coming off pretty easily now, and as frustrating as it was at first, I had to admit it was kind of fun. Plus, petting Chocola always had a calming effect. I decided to chalk this up as a funny little mishap, even though I'd been dumbfounded at first. "Hey, stop squirming. I know you don't like me touching your inner thighs, but you've got burs stuck there too. How did they even get in there?" Kuan. That's how the day passed. Despite the whole burr fiasco, it was still just an ordinary day in the end. Section But that night, as I lay in bed, drifting into sleep, I had another dream, one that shook me awake, leaving me sitting up, exhaling deeply. I dreamed of 4-season San and Color San fighting one of the rare existences. Its form was grotesque, no less bizarre than the last one I had seen. It had a round, caterpillar-like body, and its surface was covered with tiny creatures, almost like parasites, that it launched at them like projectiles, similar to, of course, burs. Then, what about that first dream? The one with the rainbow-eyed rare existence. Was that triggered by washing pochi and seeing the rainbow? It seemed that the dreams were being triggered by things I had experienced during the day. Ordinary moments that left a subtle impression were somehow tied to the resurfacing memories. Well, at least I'd figured out the pattern. But seriously, could I stop having nightmares about disgusting monsters inspired by nice, everyday memories? Chapter 38.6 Seasons Change. The grotesque creature from my dream, the one that launched living bits like projectiles, was by far the most horrifying thing I'd ever seen. I deeply respected 4-season San and the others for facing such monsters, and as for the ancient civilization that had created them 2,000 years ago, what were they even thinking? But just as 4-season San had advised, no matter what nightmares I faced or how harrowing the visions were, I couldn't allow myself to be consumed by them. I was living in the present, and the problems I needed to solve were here, in front of me. Over the next few days, I began drawing out more dreams. It was like fishing. The events that left an impression during my waking hours acted as bait, and those memories would resurface in my dreams, connected to the past. The tricky part was figuring out what kind of bait would lure the memories out. But in the end, all I could do was live each day to the fullest. I focused on preparing for winter, hunting and gathering food, cooking, cleaning, and handling other daily chores. Spending time with family, chatting with neighbors. The more events I experienced, the more memories stood out. The more memories that stood out, the more I could tap into my dreams. Slowly, over the course of about a week, we began to piece together the past, one dream at a time. Then came a day that broke the routine, a day unlike the others. The season was changing. It was my first time witnessing it since returning to this world. From the overcast sky, tiny white flakes began to fall. The first snow of the season. Section. Where? Amazing, cold, but melts. Bark, bark, bark. Kururu, Mint, Chocola, and Pochi were frolicking in the yard. It's earlier than usual, isn't it? Or is this normal for Gregorum? It's definitely colder here than in the capital. Mother and Karen are discussing about that. Been a while. I tried to remember if I had seen snow last year. It wasn't a serious snowfall, just enough to notice. It was more like the rain had decided to play dress-up. It wasn't cold enough to last, and the snow would likely disappear soon without accumulating. We might need to speed up our preparations for winter. Our supplies are fine, but I wouldn't mind making a bit more smoked meat. Foo-foo. You just want an excuse to eat it. Well, then, no smoked meat for Vialsama, even though it goes so well with wine, none for you. I take it back. I was wrong. Chocola, can eat it. Catch with mouth. Bark. Rough. Oh. Did it. Did it. Pochi, cold, okay? Kurururu. Fine. Pochi, strong. As my family's voices filled the air, I couldn't help but smile. During moments like these, I tried not to think about the dreams. I knew that if I worried about which memories would be triggered by the snow, it would weaken the emotional impact, and nothing significant would resurface. Besides, it would be a waste to miss this. Watching my family enjoy the first snow, this moment was unique, happening only once, right here and now. Chocola loves the snow. Over there, he'd always go wild whenever it snowed. That reminds me. Helheim Valley was freezing too. The valley floor would be covered in glacier sometimes. Yeah, his ancestors are from Siberia, a cold place. It's in his blood to love the cold. After reminiscing with Mother, I made my way over to Chocola and Mint, who were playing with Pochi. Sneak attack. Where? Ahahaha. I said, scooping Mint up from under her arms, spinning her around, and hoisting her into the air. She squealed with laughter, high-pitched and delighted as I held her aloft. Whoa. Hi, snow's so close. Want to go higher? Where? I shifted Mint from sitting on my arm to riding on my shoulders, where she stretched her hands wide above my head. Sway, this thing, lot will fall? I'm not sure about today, but it's going to keep getting colder. There'll definitely be days when it snows a lot more. The whole area might be covered in white. Phew, amazing, lots of this. Yeah, but remember, it's as cold as ice. Don't push yourself too hard. Okay. Mint, Chocola, Pochi love cold. Bark. Kuraruru. Pochi's expression seemed to say, well, maybe not that much. Although the Republic, where the Tarask lived, had pretty harsh winters, I still wanted to keep Pochi's stable warm for him. Bark. Bark, bark, bark. You're really enjoying yourself, aren't you? Chocola was darting around in figure eights, circling me, Mint, and Pochi alternately like a little honeybee. Chocola. Karen, watching from the side, seemed to have gotten jealous of our play and came over, standing next to Pochi while calling Chocola. With a wave and a sharp whistle, Karen gestured toward him. Chocola barked once in response and then dashed forward, leaping gracefully over Pochi's back, just like a circus performer. Good job. Bark. Kuan. She tossed Chocola a dog treat and gave him a good rub on the head. When did you teach her that trick? Chocola is smart. He learned it on the first try. And you've been carrying dog treats around? Sure enough, Karen had a small pouch tied at her waist. It was practically a dedicated treat pouch by now, and Chocola's gaze was locked on it. I couldn't help but smile at the sight. There was no hiding it, but it was fine, really. Well, it's also good training for hunting. Bark. Listening to Karen's commands was important, after all. Hey, Sway. Me too. Mint wants do it too. Do what? The jumping. Yeah, jump. Okay, just be careful. I lowered Mint from my shoulders, and she excitedly wriggled her arms before crouching down and sprinting toward Pochi. Despite her tiny frame and adorable steps, when she reached Pochi, she jumped effortlessly, soaring high above his back and landing gently on the other side. Wow, you did it, Mint. That was amazing. Hee hee, right? With a proud grin, Mint turned back and, instead of jumping, she hugged Pochi's front legs and clambered up onto his back. So shiny, Pochi. Washed other day? Kiuru. Mint scrubbed you nice and clean. Hee hee. She lay down on Pochi's back, sprawled out comfortably. Meanwhile, the rest of the family continued their playful banter. Bark. Bark. No more treats for now. Kuan. That look won't work on me. Swaikuan. I moved the dried fish hanging under the eaves. Oh, I completely forgot about that. Thanks, Mother. You always notice these things. Foo, of course. That's a mother's job. Sway, don't be fooled. The dried fish is a great snack. Violsama has had her eye on it for a while. Karen, let's have a little chat, shall we? It's fine, really. It's getting colder, and a drink with some dried fish wouldn't hurt. Ara, Swaikuan, you've grown into such a kind boy. I love you. Ua, you spoil her so easily. Chocola, ride Pochi too? Bark. Rough. Up. Great. Hi here. Kuraruru. Laughter filled the air as the family played and joked together. In the distance, the flower field near Father's grave was gently touched by the soft, falling snow. Winter had begun. Even with the mysteries of the world looming ahead, the seasons would continue to change, and our daily lives would move forward uninterrupted. Chapter 38, Interlude, Sidira, at the Nope Manor. It had been nearly half a month since they returned from the Athanak settlement. In other words, it had been half a month since Noemi, Rick, and Dolche started living at the Nope Manor. At first, both Noemi and Rick were hesitant about boarding there. After all, their host was none other than the third prince of Sork's kingdom and his fiancée. They were nervous, wondering if even a small mistake could lead to an international incident. However, those concerns vanished within just a few days. Now, it was as if they had settled into a second home, enjoying the comfort the manor offered. The manor itself was spacious and easy to live in. Nope and Parker were easygoing and approachable, making everyone feel at ease. They were also highly skilled adventurers, offering plenty for the younger group to learn from. With the backing of Bird and Schnee, the four of them had gained recognition as promising new adventurers at the Sidir Guild and were treated accordingly. There had been no word from the elf kingdom of Alfheim. Although the lack of news was concerning, they were grateful for the extra time, knowing that Sway Hateno was still investigating in the forest. Whether or not fairies truly existed was still up for debate, but at least they had time to wait. And so, Noemi cast an exasperated glance at her comrade, Dolche Afanak, who was lazily sprawled across the living room couch. "Dolche, don't you think it's about time you started working?" "King?" Dolche responded, as if she had just heard an entirely new word for the first time. Noemi was taken aback. "I mean, ever since you got here, it's been nothing but eating and sleeping for you. Your health's improved enough now, but if you keep this up, you're really going to be nothing but a freeloader. Can't we just leave things be?" Of course not. Over the past 2 weeks, Noemi had come to learn something. Dolche was, surprisingly, or rather, very brazen. Sure, Nope and Parker are easygoing, but that doesn't mean you can take advantage of their kindness. You need to pull your own weight. Rick and I are paying rent and chipping in for food, you know. Right. I guess. Dolche's shamelessness, however, stemmed from her naivety. Having been isolated in the forest, she had very little understanding of how society functioned. Though she was quite skilled at reading others' moods, she lacked the ability to act with consideration for others, a contradiction that defined her. On top of that, she didn't seem to grasp the importance of earning money. "All right, I'll just head into the forest tomorrow and get some food or something." This kind of response was typical for Dolche. "No, Dolche, listen." Noemi sighed and began to explain. She went over the basics of how society functioned and the concept of a monetary economy. She explained how people exchange currency instead of goods and services directly, and that labor was something done in order to earn that currency. By giving money to their landlord, Nope, they could thank him for letting them stay and cover the cost of their daily food and other necessities. "You should ask to work at the consomme factory. I'll help you with magic training, and once you get the hang of it, I'll talk to the guild master. You can start with short shifts. It's important that you learn how to work and earn money." The consomme. That's the soup Sway-san made, right? It was so good. "Ara, the meals here are delicious too, aren't they?" "Yeah, but there's something about eating together here, it feels warm, like right in your chest." "But the consomme Sway made was something different, you know?" "Yes, I suppose it was." Noemi gently patted Dolche on the head. The feeling of her soft, fluffy hair sinking into her palm was like stirring freshly picked tea leaves. "Hey, Dolche, you've been eating alone for a long time, haven't you?" She pushed aside the girl lying on the sofa and squeezed herself into the seat next to her. "Sway-san made sure you had food to eat. And now, we're sharing meals with you. But that's not quite enough. Not enough. Living with someone means sharing meals with them. But it also means that if someone provides you with food, you should, in return, provide for them too." Dolche probably didn't understand that yet. She didn't realize that the world works on give and take. Sway-san's meals are something he developed and cooked himself. The food we eat here is made from the money my brother, Nope, Parker, and I earn. You've been just eating that food so far. But soon, you'll be able to buy ingredients with the money you earn, and you'll be able to feed us in return. When that happens, I promise you, the food will taste even better. It'll have a flavor that's different from what you've had so far." "I see. So, Dolche will work. Then Dolche will get money and use it to buy ingredients. And with those ingredients, Dolche will feed everyone?" Dolche nodded, as if she had finally grasped the concept, her round, bright eyes half hidden behind her bangs shining. Her eyes were a deep red, like a sunset. Her magical attributes were likely fire, with a touch of wind. She possessed a strong magic power, and with training, she could become an extraordinary mage. The people of Athenac must have noticed her talent. "Exactly. We help each other to live. It's something you haven't fully learned yet, but you will. It's also something we only truly understood after coming here." Noemi's words are hard. Dolche doesn't understand half of it. But Dolche knows if she tries hard, Noemi and the others will be happy, right? Yes, that's right. Then I'll do it. Dolce's innocent smile was youthful and radiant, like a child her age should be. Noemi decided that from tomorrow, she would begin training Dolche in magic. Section. Unfortunately, Noemi's enthusiasm and Dolce's determination would be delayed just a little. That night, they received a message via communication crystal from Sway Hateno. Figured almost. The message displayed on the crystal was short but significant. Section. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 39, The Secret of the Void Forest. Chapter 39.1, Between Being Killed and Dying. I had the decisive dream on the night of the first snowfall. Then, within the span of 3 nights, the information I had been seeking came flooding in. I reported and explained everything to my family, while also informing Riksan and Noemi-san that figured almost I decided I'd go to Sidira within a week to explain everything. Regardless of the movements of the elf nation, Alfheim, I believe we can at least deal with the rare existence, that monster. I set the 1-week period for verification. Before reporting and explaining, I needed to make sure that the information I saw in the dream was indeed factual. Saying I saw it in a dream of a scene from 2000 years ago would sound utterly ridiculous. I need at least some concrete proof to back it up. And so, here I am now, on the western side of the forest, far from home somewhere in the middle parts. My only companion was Chocola. It's been a while since it's just the 2 of us, right? Bark. Though we often wandered the streets of Sidira, it's rare to be deep in the forest like this. We take regular walks around the house, but recently Mint's often been with us. Going this far out is probably a first. We've grown strong, haven't we? On our first day here, we didn't even think about leaving the grounds. Bark. Bark. You were always tough from the start, though. I chuckled at Chocola bouncing around as we moved deeper into the dense forest. Now, although we were just walking calmly, we'd spent the last 3 hours, or rather, from home to here, sprinting through the forest at full speed. Kicking the dirt, jumping off trees and rocks, leaping over rivers, practically park hour, with no regard for the terrain. It was thrilling, yet a bit terrifying, to realize I could now do what Karen and Mother once did when they rushed to our home. I'm not even that tired. I'm starting to feel a bit inhuman. It should be around here. I stopped and sharpened my senses. I gathered the magic power within me, releasing it into the surroundings like a web. Soon enough, something snagged in my search net. I tugged on the thread, tracing the cause and determining its direction and distance. It's that way. Bark. No monsters were attacking us. A moment ago, their presence had been everywhere, watching us from a distance, and would even run into a few along the way. But now, nothing, no creatures were nearby. As we drew closer, we moved stealthily, concealing our presence and making no sound. Finally, we reached our destination. There it is. Hidden behind the thick bushes, I peeked through the gaps in the leaves. A massive tree, centuries old, stood before us, with a gaping hollow in its trunk. The surrounding grass was trampled by animal tracks, and I could feel something alive inside the hollow. Though eerie, the large tree, the hollow, and the beast making its nest inside were nothing unusual in the forest. However, the magic swirling there was dense and heavy, like thick, boiled sludge, oppressively dark. In other words, a magic power crucible. This wasn't my first time encountering a magic power crucible. After all, our home is deep within the void forest. These things pop up around here pretty often, and it's become routine to eliminate them whenever I come across one during walks, hunts, or foraging. Yes, to begin with, my family has always been destroying these magic power crucibles. However, what the Athenac called crucible breaking and what we do as part of our daily routine likely aren't exactly the same process. That's because, for most people, interfering with a magic power crucible is extremely difficult. Even among mages who carry the title of which fewer than half can destroy a crucible without preparations or magical tools. But we've been doing it the brute force way, using our own magic power to simply smash it apart. This is something unique to our family. Still, this time, I wasn't here to test out crucible breaking. Chocola. Bark. At my command, Chocola dashed out from the bushes, sprinting straight toward the hollow in the tree. The monster lurking inside, a mutant, reacted, thrusting its head out of the hole. It was a massive snake with a frill around its neck like a frilled lizard. Crystals from the crucible, growing along its spine like jagged fins, shimmered brightly, emitting a shimmering heat wave. But we had the element of surprise, and Chocola was an experienced hunter. Everything was too slow. Grr! Chocola became a flash of light, cutting through the air and severing the snake's head in one swift motion. Its frill was torn apart, and as the head soared through the air, venom sprayed from its fangs. The body, now uncontrolled, writhed out of the hollow in a wild dance, while the head snapped its jaws open and shut, but soon enough it was dead. Good job, Chocola. Bark. As Chocola returned, I patted her vigorously, preparing for what came next. But this time, unlike usual, I hadn't drawn my sword, nor had I chanted any spells. Which meant the chaotic magic power within the crucible crystals, now feeding on the dead body, swelled and began to spread. And then, boom! The whole thing exploded. The blast was bigger than I had expected. Thanks to the barrier I had set up, we weren't thrown by the shockwave, the deafening sound didn't burst my eardrums, and the light didn't burn my eyes, but witnessing the explosion up close still made me freeze in place. Amazing. That isn't even a big of a mutant. Bark. When the explosion finally subsided, the scene left behind was terrible. The tree that had been its home was shattered halfway up, falling backward and taking other trees down with it. The ground had become a dark red crater. The surrounding bushes were blown away in a 5-meter radius, leaving only the spot where we had been hiding intact. So this is what the raw explosion looks like. If there had been no precautions, it would have caused massive damage. Kuan. Of course, I didn't let the explosion go unchecked out of mere curiosity. It was for the sake of investigation, and that's why I walked toward the epicenter, observing the scene closely. Not with my physical eyes, but with magical insight. As I thought. It makes sense when you really think about it, though. What I wanted to understand was what happens after a mutant's corpse explodes. The chaotic magic within it scatters with the destruction, leaving behind traces. The epicenter was quiet. A complete calm. The heavy, sludge-like magic power that had been so oppressive earlier was now gone. It had been swept away in the explosion, dispersed into nothingness. In other words, the magic power crucible had vanished. When a mutant dies, it explodes. That explosion wipes out the magic power lingering around it. Naturally, the magic power crucible disappears as well. But this disappearance of the crucible was likely because the creature's crystal had enough magic stored within it. The crucible crystal is essentially like gunpowder. The more gunpowder there is, the bigger the explosion. A bigger explosion wipes out everything around it. But what if? What if there wasn't enough gunpowder? What if it was damp or compromised in some way? What if, for some reason, the explosion couldn't happen on a large scale? I had seen it in a dream from 2,000 years ago, when 4 Seasons San and the others stormed the facility that produced Demon Kings. That ancient fortress, mockingly called Demon King's Castle, was filled with mutants. They were bound, immobilized, gathered in one place, yet fed in excess. The people running the facility were waiting for the mutants to die of old age. Section. Let's go, Chocola. I turned on my heel. I'd already scouted out the area. About 10 kilometers south from here. Unlike the creatures in that dream, this pitiful monster wasn't restrained, but it was reaching the end of its life, waiting quietly in its nest for death to come. I had to witness it and confirm. What happens when a mutant dies naturally within a magic power crucible? What effect does an incomplete release of magic have on the lingering remains of the crucible? The answer lies ahead. Chapter 39.2. After the natural order had stagnated. The place we arrived at was a marshland. The ground was muddy, each step sinking slightly into the earth, with water seeping through the gaps in the grass. If my boots hadn't been waterproofed, they would have been soaked through by now. The area was filled with tall plants resembling cattails, offering some cover, but also severely limiting our visibility. Chocola and I pushed forward, parting the grasses as we went. In a somewhat open spot lay a shallow swamp. Its stagnant, heavy air, thick with magic, revealed the presence of a magic power crucible. And there, resting on the water's surface, was a creature. A crocodile. Its back was covered in spines like those of a hedgehog, and horns similar to a bull's grew from its head. The tail was encased entirely in crucible crystals, giving it an unnerving appearance. Despite its short stature, its sheer size, excluding the mouth and tail, was comparable to that of our family Pochi. It noticed us, but merely glanced in our direction, making no effort to move. It was too weak, too close to death, to react. The lifespan of a mutant is short. These creatures, after all, are abominations created by prolonged exposure to a magic power crucible. According to research in sidir, the odd physical traits these creatures exhibit, body parts that resemble other animals, are akin to malignant tumors, like cancer. The chaotic magic power that mutates them also eats away at their bodies. Unable to control the magic power within, the excess energy crystallizes into the crucible crystals that affix themselves to their bodies. These crystals burrow into healthy tissue, growing and eventually ravaging their insides until they can no longer sustain life. While their transformed bodies and out-of-control magic power give them temporary strength, it's akin to burning firewood, fueling power by sacrificing their own lifespan. In sidir, citizens are taught to flee immediately if they encounter a mutant. They designate the area a no-go zone and wait for the creature to die from its rapidly ticking clock. In short, these creatures are rushing toward death simply by existing. It's hard not to pity them. But I don't feel sympathy. Had we met this crocodile just a few days earlier, it would have attacked us without hesitation. Its reason long gone, driven only by savagery and hunger, it had become a lonely husk, an existence that could only end in tragedy. 5 minutes passed, then 10, then 15. Chocola and I stood watch. The mutated crocodile turned its gaze away, though what it was thinking, if anything, remained a mystery. Perhaps it thought nothing at all. Regardless, its life burned away, even at the very end, and what should have taken days for a normal creature to succumb to, this one completed in a mere half-hour. A long, soft exhale. As the creature's pulse stopped and its life ended, the crucible crystals encasing its tail began to glow, emitting a weak but toxic attribute. Then, just like the snake before, it exploded. Light, sound, wind, shock, destruction. I held Chocola close, deflecting the explosion with a barrier. Yet, something was different. The explosion had indeed occurred, the body had shattered, and the surrounding area was left in ruin, but there was no magic power fueling it. Though physically, the explosion had happened, what occurred magically was more like an implosion. The chaotic energy wasn't released outward, instead, it was drawn inward, creating a denser, more stagnant crucible of magic. Rather than dispersing the magic power, it seemed to deepen the stagnation. Grr. Grr. Chocola growled. Even though the explosion had ended and the surroundings were quiet, he was more emotional now than when the crocodile was alive, baring his fangs in heightened vigilance. This is awful. At least 3 times. No, maybe 5 times worse than before. Grr. What lay before us was a dense, swirling vortex of energy, almost as if it had mass. It was less like sludge and more like a bottomless swamp, a magic power crucible. In time, it would probably dissipate on its own. After all, the higher the concentration of magic, the harder it is to sustain. But this was a divine will's broth, a place where magic power crucibles form easily and are slow to fade. The chances of this concentration of magic lingering, rather than disappearing, were far higher here than anywhere else. If this remains, a new creature will claim this place as its lair. That creature would soon mutate into something else. And that mutant, if left unchecked, would live out its short lifespan. As it dies, its magic will pool together like before, thickening and sinking even deeper into the earth. It's a cycle. A rare, almost miraculous cycle. Mutants die naturally, layering crucibles of magic power one atop the other, growing denser and heavier, eventually connecting together. That's what creates a teiku. Bark. Disgusted by the oppressive energy before us, Chocola let out a fierce bark, his body shimmering with light as he charged into the aftermath of the explosion. A beam of energy cut through the magic power crucible, scattering it into nothingness. As Chocola gracefully returned to my side, I petted him gently, recalling the final dream I'd had just the night before. Section. The mutants, gathered in one place and bound in captivity. One of the group had said, "Let's kill them all." But someone else countered, "We can't." I don't know if it was out of pity or simple revulsion. In the end, the second opinion prevailed. They'll die soon enough anyway. There's no need for us to dirty our hands. It was ignorance. At the time, they didn't yet understand the process by which a demon king was created. They probably assumed these creatures were merely being kept, like livestock. They prepared to withdraw. The facility was mostly destroyed, and leaving the mutants wouldn't change anything. The mission was essentially complete, and they congratulated themselves on a job well done. But just as they passed through the castle's main gate, the grand hall where they had erupted in a pillar of light, scorching the sky in a massive explosion. Magic power that had stagnated, compressed, and solidified to its limit, finally gave birth to a rare existence. The Demon King's castle had fulfilled its purpose, and with that, their mission had failed. Emerging from the rubble, the Demon King let out a monstrous roar. After that, an entire kingdom fell, and 2 of 4 Season Sand's comrades died. It was only after that great cost that the Demon King was finally defeated. Chapter 39.3, Standing at the World's Wound. And that concludes my theory on how the Teiku and rare existence come to exist. 2 days later, we traveled to Noah's estate and explained everything to the gathered group. The events from 2,000 years ago. The alteration of the world. The origins of the fairies and elves. I shared all the information I had with those present, but I refrained from letting them meet 4 Season San and the others. This way, if any information were to leak, it could be dismissed as merely my ramblings. Despite that, everyone listened earnestly to my explanation. When I finished, Rick-san and Noema-san were the first to speak. As an elf, the events of 2,000 years ago are certainly intriguing. But for now, we need to focus on what's in front of us. Indeed, the reality of what Athenac's been doing with this crucible breaking is becoming clearer. Yes, while we can't know exactly how they did it, it's clear they were dealing with the densest magic power crucibles. Next, Bird-san and Schnee-san spoke up with understanding. Sway's explanation about why no ritual was needed deep within makes sense. In a chaotic environment where mutants devour each other, few would live long enough to die of old age. It sounds like a series of extremely low probability events stacked up. Mutants living long enough to die naturally is rare. Dying in a magic power crucible is rare. The chance of multiple crucibles stacking up is rare, and then having a new mutant emerge in that exact spot is rarer still. They really nailed it when they named them rare existence. I'd wager the probability of a mutant in a Teiku turning into a rare existence is even lower. There might be other factors at play that we haven't figured out. But as of now, I haven't had any dreams that offer more insight into that. Finally, Noah and Parker-san shared their thoughts. Well, if we don't know something, we'll just keep investigating. But we can make some educated guesses based on the information we do have. For instance, about the other Divine Will's broth regions. Helheim Valley and the Malignant Sea. The valley especially concerns me, since it's tied to my homeland. I've always been curious. So the Cu Sith really is our protector god, right? Parker-san mused, glancing at Chocola, who lay curled up by my feet. Bark. Your kin have been hard at work all this time. I pat the back of the confused Chocola. The Cu Sith stands at the apex of the food chain in Helheim Valley's ecosystem, even over mutants. Locally, they are known as mutant slayers capable of hunting down even the most fearsome of these creatures. This has ensured that most mutants there never live long enough to die naturally, which is why Teiku never form in the valley. I think Chocola and his kind have been fighting this battle for the past 2,000 years. Perhaps at the request of the Japanese who became the ancestors of the elves. Wajima-san and Nakono-san. Wajima-san and Nakono-san had been entrusted with a family of Siberian Huskies by 4 Season San's family. That Husky family later made Helheim Valley their home, multiplied, and silently protected the peace of that land. Even after 2,000 years, they continue their watch. Of course, even CU Sith can't always hunt down every mutant. It's a dangerous task, constantly balanced on the edge of death. In fact, Chocola's parents were killed by a mutant. Yet even so, your parents fought with great pride. Bark. That noble and strong lineage lives on, carried forward to this day. The malignant sea is guarded by the Delphune and dragons. The elders of the Yato clan, who reside at the heart of that sea, may be aware of this matter. There's a chance they are. If we really need to know, we could ask G-Liz for help. I had tried discussing this briefly with him before, but G-Liz, being a dragon, didn't seem too enthusiastic. Dragons of the Yato clan are known to be stubborn and difficult to deal with, and there's hardly any interaction between them and G-Liz's Fafnir clan. He implied that there were a few acquaintances, so if a dire situation arose, we might have to ask for their wisdom. No need to trouble G-Liz. Besides, that's imperial territory. It wouldn't be proper for an outside nation to interfere. Noah said, to which I nodded. Exactly. What matters here is that both Helheim Valley and the Malignant Sea have their own methods of handling the problem. This means the Divine Will's broth phenomenon is a natural occurrence in these areas. Right now, though, Void Forest has lost its countermeasures. Sorry. I don't know exactly how Athanak was handling crucible breaking. I wasn't involved or in a position to be. It's okay, Dolche. This isn't your fault. Whether it was Athanak's or Alfheim's fault, that's not for us to judge. Karen gently stroked Dolche's head, supporting her. The blame lies with both Alfheim, for forcing the responsibility of crucible breaking onto others, and Athanak, for treating Dolche so poorly. They're equally guilty. Noema-san joined in, embracing Dolche's shoulders and patting her. Indeed. Poor Dolche, being neglected like that. It's just not right. I couldn't help but think, does Dolche have some kind of appearance that triggers a protective instinct in her fellow elves? The bigger issue is the sheer size of Void Forest compared to the other two locations. Bird-san chimed in, smiling at Karen and Noema-san as they fussed over Dolche. The Helheim Valley and the Malignant Sea are each only about a third, or maybe even a quarter, the size of Void Forest. That makes it far harder to monitor and manage the dangers here. Exactly. Even if we wanted to go around neutralizing dangerous magic power crucibles, it'd be near impossible for us adventurers in Sidira. Even the survey team led by our top commander barely made it to the edge of the middle layer and back. Schnee-san furrowed his brow, and I noticed the Ajisha twins and Noah wore equally serious expressions. I exchanged glances with Karen and Chocola and spoke up. We'll handle it for now as a temporary measure. We plan to get G-Liz's help too. But that's quite a burden on you guys, isn't it? To say it won't be tough would be a lie. However, this forest is where we call home. Think of it as cleaning up your own backyard. We have to do it. And we won't be stuck like this forever. We'll come up with a plan. Fortunately, winter was approaching. The trees would rest, beasts would lie low, and the forest's bounty would temporarily decrease. This meant the environment would become harder for the mutants to survive. They couldn't hibernate. Plus, their energy expenditure was high, and without enough food, they would starve. Starvation wouldn't count as natural death, and more importantly, they'd be forced to venture far for food, significantly reducing the chances of dying in their burrows or in the magic power crucibles. I hope to find a way to survive this winter. We need to watch how Alfheim reacts, but if possible, I want to find a way to prevent the emergence of the Teiku without relying on them, something that makes things easier for us. I'm sorry. If there's anything we can do, don't hesitate to let us know. Bird-san said, and everyone nodded in agreement. This was the consensus of everyone present, they all genuinely cared about us. Feeling warmth in my heart, I exchanged looks with Karen and Chocola. Mother, Mint, and Pochi were waiting at home. The fairy family living in the fairy realm, and G-Liz's family, who resided in the dragon village. Everyone living deep in this forest had their unique strengths. We would find a way, I was sure of it. I remembered the rare existences I had seen in my dreams. The demon kings that ravaged the world 2,000 years ago. I couldn't allow beings like them to emerge in this world again. Because those demon kings were far stronger and more terrifying than the Chimera we had fought. Chapter 39.4. Although this isn't paradise. After delivering the report, I returned to the forest. The area around the house was the same as usual, with the only difference being the cold bite of winter now in the air. I had told everyone that we'd figure out a solution, and I did have a vague vision in mind. But it wasn't something we could act on just yet. Preparations were going to take time. So, for now, we resumed our daily routines. Meow meow. Welcome back. Bark. The next morning, as I was chopping firewood, I heard Mint and Chocola's voices near the gate. I looked up to see a saber-toothed tiger family, the Smilodons, bringing meat to us. A plump deer was laid near the gate. You guys are too kind. Thanks. But don't overdo it, okay? I sheathed my sword and walked over to the mother cat. Her massive frame purred deeply, crisscrossed with old battle scars, a testament to her many fights, most of them caused by encounters with horned hares wolperting us. The scars didn't heal smoothly, right? Sorry about that. Is it at least not affecting your movement? I patted her back, checking the scarred area. The fur hadn't grown back, leaving tight, rough skin, but she didn't seem to mind. Your cubs have grown up quite a bit. They were no longer babies and had probably been weaned by now. For a long time, those little ones had been wary of me, hissing and growling. But lately, they have finally stopped. Wait, hiya, that tickles. Bark bark. Kuan. The cubs swarmed around Mint and Chocola, pouncing and licking Mint's hands and cheeks while grooming each other with Chocola. It was adorable. I had to admit, I wanted to join them. Anything strange happen around here? I asked the mother Smilodon. Of course, I wasn't expecting a reply. Smilodons. You guys don't turn into mutants, do you? Sitting beside her, watching her cubs, I mused aloud. There are two conditions for a living being to turn into a mutant. 1. Being exposed to a magic power crucible for an extended period. 2. Having a weak sense of self. Beings with a certain degree of intelligence, like humans, or those who have strong family bonds, like these Smilodons, are less susceptible to having their magic disrupted. A strong sense of self, a clear consciousness, or even just the existence of family seems to help prevent mutation. Technically, it's not that they won't mutate, but they are far less likely to do so. Still, creatures like our Pochi or the Smilodon family would likely never succumb to the crucible's influence. 2,000 years ago, they used drugs to dull the consciousness of beasts. It was horrible. The drugs seemed to suppress reason and enhance primal instincts, turning the beasts into perfect candidates for mutation. Those creatures, regardless of species, met all the conditions, and they were kept alive, forcibly mutated, and used as tools to stir chaos within the crucibles. The entire continent was a mess. In the midst of an endless war, nations created uncontrollable demonic weapons and unleashed them, not just to devour their enemies, but even to destroy themselves. It was obvious that civilization was heading toward ruin. In the end, Four Seasons San and his companions defeated every demon king, destroyed the facilities, and quite literally saved the world. And finally, through grand magic, they rewrote the world's structure, altering people's memories and resetting everything to give history a fresh start. Their primary goal may have been to cure their children's illnesses, but the reason this world enjoys peace now is because of the foundation they built. You, like us, live and survive in this forest. From the human world's perspective, this place is a dangerous wilderness far from what anyone would call paradise. But still, this forest is part of the world Four Seasons San and the others saved. I reached out to the Smilodon, stroking its neck. It purred contentedly, the deep rumble vibrating through its massive body. The long, thick, sharp fangs protruding from its upper jaw were certainly intimidating. They could even tear through wyvern scales. But regardless of how sharp or terrifying they were, these creatures were a natural part of this world. They are living beings that belong here. There's a kind of peace in this wilderness. I don't want that peace disturbed. It was a selfish thought, I admit. What I was really saying was that I wanted to hunt, live, and survive in peace without having my safety threatened. Some might argue that the emergence of mutants or the creation of demon kings is a natural part of this world's cycle. Perhaps the people of the Elf Kingdom, Alfheim, hold such beliefs, which might explain why they've been controlling the information. But if that's the case, then it's only natural that we resist it. As if sensing my thoughts, or perhaps simply ignoring them, the mother Smilodon abruptly turned away with a swish of her tail. Meow. With a single call to her cubs, she seemed to say, "That's enough, we're done here." "Oh, Mama's calling. Are you leaving already? Come back soon." The Smilodon family disappeared into the forest, the mother leading her cubs away. It was a brief, matter-of-fact farewell, but that's typical of cats, isn't it? "All right, guess I should deal with this deer." "Kuan, Kiu." I turned to find Chocola gazing up at me with his big eyes, tongue hanging out. Did he want to eat it? Right now? All right, I'll get it ready. Just wait a little. Bark, 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 bark. You're way too excited. I hoisted the deer onto my shoulders and carried it outside the gate to the dismantling area. After hanging it from a hook, I started draining the blood. I've really gotten used to this, haven't I? The fact that I could now butcher such a large animal by myself wasn't just thanks to the high-quality knives that Novium-san crafted for me. "Mint, what do you want to do? Do you want to play with Pochi?" Sway cut deer, watch. Okay. Then can you fetch some water from the well for me? Sure. Mint, born of an Alron, born from blood and innards, is as cheerful and carefree as ever. She's never been disturbed by the sight of death or the dissection of life, treating it all as part of her everyday world. Compared to a human child, it's certainly a strange environment to grow up in. But in Mint, I see a child who embraces the reality of life with remarkable clarity. She's a child I find utterly endearing. Sway. Brought water. Get more if you need. Thanks, Mint. I'll ask again when it runs out. Smiling at Mint, who waddled back with a large basin of water balanced over her head, I carefully sliced open the deer's abdomen with my knife. Chapter 39, Interlude, Home, the Garden. It was late in the night, and it happened without reason. Karen woke up suddenly, unable to fall back asleep. She decided to step outside to get some fresh air. As she stretched and inhaled the crisp air of early winter, it felt as though her body was being refreshed from the inside out. Looking up at the sky, Karen let out a breath, watching it mist in the cold air. All the lights in the house were out, and the moon was hidden behind a layer of clouds. Even so, she could see her surroundings clearly, thanks to the superior night vision elves possessed. Off to the side of the dismantling area, Mint was curled up in a bud, her presence quiet. From the outskirts of the forest, the faint hoot of an owl could be heard. Suddenly, Karen felt something large moving behind her. She turned around, crouching down to stroke the head of the creature that had approached. "You came to check on me? Kuan. Chocola, you're always so sensitive." She remembered that both Viol and Sway had mentioned similar experiences. Whenever they went outside alone at night, Chocola would sense it and come to check on them. Truly, this doggo was a kind soul. Good boy. Bark. Sniff. But this attentiveness seemed to be a part of the Hateno family's nature. Whenever something happened to a family member or whenever there was uncertainty, they would quietly come close, offering their presence. Perhaps because they had spent so long apart, the reassurance of family nearby brought a sense of comfort and courage. "It's getting colder at night. Are you okay with the cold?" "Kuan. Right, you're from a hardy bloodline that's good with cold weather." His winter coat had fully come in, fluffy and warm. As Karen stroked Chocola's back, she noticed something at the far end of the garden, a presence by the gazebo. She walked down the narrow path lined with shrubs, heading toward the figure sitting there. The one sitting in the gazebo was a small girl dressed in an unusual gown. Her translucent wings shimmered faintly in the darkness, and her pointed ears, though similar to Karen's, were just a bit shorter than an elf's. "Color-san. Good evening." The fairy queen, Color-san, smiled gently when their eyes met. Karen noticed there were 2 teacups sitting on the gazebo's table. "You knew I was coming. I wasn't sure if it would be you, but I had a feeling someone would come. Would you like some? This herb tea is from Ter Na Nog." I'll have some." Nodding, Karen sat across from her. Though the cups had been sitting outside in the winter air, they were warm to the touch. The tea's heat seeped through her body, warming her from the inside. For a while, neither spoke. Karen wasn't the talkative type to begin with, and though she had met Color-san many times, they hadn't formed a close, personal bond. Still, it was Karen who eventually broke the silence. That gemstone. Is it really okay for me to keep it? You've made it into an earring, haven't you? Though it seems you're not wearing it now. The gemstone known as the fairy's tear, born from the queen's own tears. A transparent stone, imbued with a mysterious and boundless magic power, yet simply looking at it brought a strange sense of comfort. At first, I thought it didn't matter what Sui-san did with it. But now I understand more clearly. Sui-san, Chocola-chan, and you. We're all connected by fate. Sui had told her. The bloodline of the elves could be traced back to Japan, and that Karen herself of the Kaioi clan was a distant relative of the queen sitting before her. Karen-san, may I take a closer look at your face? As Karen became aware, she realized that Color-san was no longer sitting across the table but had moved to stand beside her. The fairy queen's small hand gently touched Karen's cheek, her round eyes gazing deeply into Karen's own. Perhaps because of the magical connection I share with Sui-san, my memories have started to return. Though they're still fragmented, like a puzzle with missing pieces. Is it painful to remember the past? Well, it was 2,000 years ago, so it's true that remembering won't change much now. But no, it's not painful. In fact, I'm glad to have regained these memories. Color-san smiled, a warmth radiating from her that was full of tenderness. My Onia-chan and I were never very much alike. Onia-chan. Karen knew who she meant. Color-san's Onia-chan, the one who became the ancestor of the Kaioi clan. When the grand magic turned them into elves, their bodies were restructured. And after 2,000 years, I'm sure their genes have changed considerably. So, it's not surprising that you don't look like him. Or me. Though Karen didn't fully understand what Color-san meant by genes, she knew that her blonde hair was unusual for someone with Japanese ancestry. Both her biological parents had been blonde, and it was clear that the changes brought about by the magical transformations and the long passage of 2,000 years had altered many things. For a moment, a faint sadness welled up in Karen. But before she could dwell on it, Color-san spoke again. But you know, Karen-san. Karen. The fairy queen, Color-san, pressed her warm hand against Karen's cheek, her gaze soft with kindness, as she spoke to her distant relative. Even so, I can see the resemblance. In you, I can feel the presence of both my Onia-chan and myself. There's no doubt in my heart, you are his descendant, the child of his child of his child, and so on, stretching across 2 millennia. Her youthful face, the embodiment of someone who had given up her humanity and even her age to save her family, looked at Karen with an intensity that made the realization start to settle within her. I think I understand. You are my ancestor. 2,000 years ago, after you saved the world, the blood you left behind still flows in me. It wasn't because Color-san had told her so. Karen simply felt it to be true. I'm happy that you're here. I'm glad I met you. And I'm grateful to remember my Onia-chan. And of course, Chocola-chan and your ancestors too. Bark. You're such a good boy. Oh, how could I forget? My family's had the same beautiful gray and white fur like you. Strong, loyal, and utterly adorable. Tears welled up in the corners of the fairy queen's eyes. One tear escaped, falling as a single drop that glittered like a gemstone. It landed softly in Karen's outstretched palm, cradled as if by instinct. Color-san. After all this time, we've met. And I believe it's for a reason, to make sure the world never falls into chaos again. So that another tragic demon king never rises. Our presence here together, in this moment, has meaning. She nodded, stepping back slightly. Then, gently closing Karen's hand over the tear-like jewel, she smiled. This is yours. But promise me you won't tell my husband I cried, all right? It'll be our little secret. Did you know that keeping a promise with a fairy brings good fortune? Karen returned her smile and nodded. I promise. I'll keep this secret and I'll work hard with Sui. Together, We'll protect this forest and make sure no demon king ever rises again. Chapter 39.5 The View from the Porch. It was a quiet afternoon. Karen and I sat together on the porch, watching Mint and Chocola play in the garden. So, Color-san visited you? As we watched the peaceful scene, our conversation turned to the events of the previous night. Karen told me about her midnight encounter with Color-san. Hearing the story, a smile naturally found its way to my lips. It must have been a peaceful moment for both her and Color-san. And then, that's what you received, right? In Karen's palm rested a single, teardrop-shaped, transparent gem. It was a larger version of the fairy's tear that we had been given before. There's an incredible amount of magic power stored in it. It feels different from the ones we wear as accessories. Yeah, if it had been just one day earlier, we might not have known what to do with it. Calling it just in time might be an understatement. Perhaps it was the supernatural intuition of fairies and ability to foresee the future that had guided this gem into our hands. After all, it was only the day before yesterday that Karen and I had talked about needing something to store powerful magic for our countermeasures against Teiku. For the past few days, Mother, Karen, and I had been discussing what we could do, brainstorming ways to defend against the threat. Among those discussions, one of my suggestions had come close to being viable. It would have been ideal, if not for the cost and effort involved in bringing it to life. The biggest obstacle was finding something capable of constantly powering the protective magic, a magic power source independent of us. The required standard was extremely high. Even if we used Father's silver, from Earth, it wouldn't have been enough. We joked that maybe some royal family somewhere might own what we needed as a national treasure, and Mother even considered using her influence to buy such a thing. But nothing from any country's treasury could compete with this. We'll be able to make something far more powerful than we initially planned. I think this is going to work. It's strange. I never told Color-san that we needed a magic power source. And yet, she gave me this. It must have been some kind of instinct, like intuition. But I don't think she cried just to give us this gem. She cried because she was genuinely happy. If Color-san had shed tears simply to make a gem, it wouldn't have carried the same magical potency. It was her overflowing emotions that made the tears become a gem. And that's why this gem holds such an immense amount of magic power. I feel like I've been relying on everyone else so much. The words slipped out with a small, self-deprecating chuckle. A touch of powerlessness lingered in them. Ever since we learned about the rare existence, I knew we had to do something. But on my own, I couldn't make anything happen. It's only thanks to everyone's help, Sidira, for Season-san and Color-san, G-Liz, Mother, you, Chocola, and even Father, that the path forward has begun to open up. Sway, it's okay. I know. The feeling of helplessness is small, insignificant. It's not enough to stop me from moving forward. If anything, because I can't do it alone, because I rely on others. I'm grateful. It gives me strength, knowing it's not just my problem. That we're all moving forward together, toward a shared goal. Knowing that what I need to do and what I want to do are the same. To protect the peace of the forest. To protect the life we've built in this home. And ultimately, so that this land, this continent, and this world can remain peaceful and prosperous. I feel like everyone's been helping me out all the time. But if you look at it another way, that means I'm helping everyone too. I won't be too modest about it, I'm not too bad myself. As I raised an eyebrow in jest, Karen leaned her head softly on my shoulder, resting her weight against me. I know. Sway, you're amazing, she said, smiling playfully as she intertwined her fingers with mine. Color-san said it too. There's definitely a meaning behind all of this. I agree. You being here, this house suddenly moving to the middle of the forest. Mint being born, playing with your phone, capturing images of the fairies, and how all of those things connected us. Some might call it a miracle or fate. Maybe it was the magic of Four Seasons-san or my own subconscious actions that led to these coincidences. But I wanted to think of it in a more delightful way. We met, and we connected. And because of that, we're moving forward together, hand in hand. Hey, Karen. I learned something from one of Four Seasons-san's dreams. I stood up from the porch and stepped into the garden. Here, in the Void Forest, and in Helheim Valley and the Malignant Sea. Why do you think these 3 places are called the Divine Will's Broth? They're areas where magic power crucibles form easily and don't dissipate. Do you think that's just because of the land? As I watched Mint and Chocola play, I looked up at the sky and continued. 2,000 years ago, there were 3 production centers for the rare existence, the Demon King castles. They were all destroyed by 4 Seasons San and the others, and the world was saved. But the remnants of those castles left deep scars on this world. And even after 2 millennia, those wounds are still bleeding. So, does that mean it'll take a lot more time for those wounds to heal completely? We're far from being able to fully fix them, but at the very least, we can put a bandage over them, right? I raised my hand toward the clear winter sky, shielding my eyes from the sunlight, and looked at the approaching silhouette in the distance. They're back. Bark, bark. Mint and Chocola started bouncing excitedly, barking as a dragon's silhouette appeared overhead, its wings flapping as it slowly descended to land. Mother, gee Liz, welcome back. Bark. Mint threw herself at Mother's waist as she dismounted G Liz, while Chocola ran circles around them. I'm home, everyone. I've bought most of what we need. Oh, and I brought some reinforcements. Hello, everyone. I hope I'm not intruding. Whoa, Grandma. Gracefully descending after Mother was Grandma Seralind. Well, Mint. You're as energetic as ever. Grandma. Welcome. Hey, it's great that you're excited, but don't forget the rest of the luggage. These are all important, right? G Liz tilted his head, lightly shaking his horns in mock annoyance. As I walked toward them, I clenched my fist in determination, striking my palm with a confident nod. It was time to begin. Here, where the Demon King's castle once stood, in this forest balanced on a knife's edge, we would restore harmony and peace so that tragedies like the ones of the past would never be repeated again. Chapter 40, Sky, a Single Drop. Chapter 40, Interlude, Sidira, The People of the City, Part 1. The Adventurers Guild had been buzzing with activity for the past few days. At the center of the commotion was the Frontier Town Progress Department, colloquially known as the Soup Department. Normally, they were responsible for overseeing the production and sale of consommé. However, due to a special request from Sway Hateno, they had temporarily taken on an entirely different task. Of course, they couldn't completely halt their usual work, so the place was in quite the uproar. Hey, Lila. Brought you lunch. Ah, thanks, old man. You're a lifesaver. Poking his head into the bustling room was Bird Jungler, carrying a small package despite his large frame. His wife, Lila, lit up at the sight of it. As she gratefully accepted the bento and shared a light embrace with her newlywed husband, Guildmaster Cliché bearingly shrugged. You're married now, but you still call him old man? Hey, it's just a habit. I call him something different when we're home. Want to know what it is? Spare me. I don't need to hear your mushy stuff. If it was just Lila, it might have been endearing, but with her husband standing there, his sun-kissed face blushing, it was a sight no one particularly wanted to see. What's in it? Sandwiches from the Skylark Pavilion. Tomo-chan says, good luck with your work. Sweet. These sandwiches, are they the ones Sway came up with? A box-shaped loaf of bread, sliced thinly and stuffed with various fillings. Cliché had wondered at first if there was any point in shaping the bread into a box or if putting meat and vegetables between bread was really all that special. But once it hit the market, it became an instant hit. The sandwiches, cut diagonally into triangles, were easy to hold and eat, with vibrant colors that made them visually appealing. Some were filled with meat and vegetables, while others were sweet with fruit and jam, making them versatile as both a meal and a dessert. Even the crusts, which were cut off during preparation, were repurposed into rusks fried in oil, dusted with sugar, and sold as a treat. Sway had brought the idea from the other world he once lived in Japan, where such foods were common. It was a menu designed with impressive efficiency and minimal waste. Still. Alright, enough flirting. We're in the middle of a crisis here. Lila, have you finished the second order for the Blacksmith's Guild? Geez, you're such a workaholic, Guildmaster. You know, there's something called work-life balance these days, right? Believe me, I'd love to have less work. But this is serious. We don't have a choice. True. The fate of our city is riding on this. Cliché smirked at that, and Lila responded with a bold grin of her own. Count on us. This is our time to shine. When your turn comes, give it your all, yeah? Bird raised an arm, offering his encouragement to the two. Cliché, with a thumbs up, returned to the ongoing coordination of efforts throughout the city. Section. At the same time, Parker, I just heard the national funds have been approved. Noah Nope Merrill T-Sawks was seated on a sofa in the mansion's living room, gazing at the glowing characters on the display panel of a communication crystal. His fiancée, Parker, sat by the window, staring out into the garden. Her wolf-like ears twitched slightly at the news, and she turned to meet his gaze. That's a relief. Relying on Heavenly Belsama private funds alone was getting a bit much. Indeed. Not that they had any real choice but to provide funding. This is a matter of public safety, after all. They exchanged a knowing glance, sharing a brief chuckle. The conversation was about Sui Hatano's ongoing initiative to counter the looming Teiku threat and the massive costs involved. The production and deployment of the necessary equipment, along with the personnel to operate it, all of it hinted at a tremendous expenditure, even from the limited details Noah and Parker had been privy to. Although the Heavenly Bell, which likely had the resources to foot the bill herself, it wouldn't have been politically appropriate. Matters of governance could never be left to a single person, no matter how wealthy they were. I was expecting some of the nobles to drag their feet, especially with it being about a distant border town. They usually couldn't care less about places like this. That might have been true once, but Sidira is a trendsetter now. Historically, Sidira had always been valued for its resource production. Various rare and high-quality materials harvested from the Void Forest were highly sought after. But ever since Sui and the Hateno family had settled in, the city had become known for more than just resources. Consomme, sesame tofu, rare cheesecakes, style and all sorts of goods were emerging from Sidira, many of which hadn't yet spread to the capital. Still, keen enthusiasts and sharp-eyed merchants were keeping close watch on every new trend emerging from the city. Sui specializes in products that make the commoners happy, things that stimulate the economy. Nowadays, even the most stubborn nobles can't ignore that. Back when my father was crown prince, things might have been different. But now, any noble who can't see the benefit in the people's prosperity wouldn't survive. Though, the danger posed by the rare existence is probably still too abstract for most of them to grasp. Only those who face them firsthand understand their true terror. Yeah, I still get chills when I think about it. Parker clenched her fist, staring down at her open palm. After earning the title of witch, I thought I had closed the gap a little. But I was so far off. Sui nonchalantly blocked that chaotic magic power, and Karen crushed it completely. They're both so strong, and they feel so distant. If you think you were far off, I was nothing more than a quivering doll, completely frozen on the battlefield. I admire your drive to improve, but looking too far ahead can be exhausting. Noah's smile remained gentle, though his words were sincere as he tried to ease his fiancée's frustration. So, instead of looking up, let's focus on moving forward. Despite his soft demeanor, there was weight behind his words. Reaching for something out of reach doesn't make your arms grow any longer. But if you keep taking steady steps forward, the distance will eventually close. More importantly, we need to focus on what we can do right now. Sui's strategy to prevent the recurrence of the Teiku was in motion, but building the necessary infrastructure would require all the manpower they could muster. Sui, Lady Karen, and even Heavenly Belsama can only do so much. The Void Forest is vast, and not even G. Lizdono's wings can cover everything. That's why we need to step in and help. We can protect this city too. You're right. We can. Taking a deep breath, Parker hopped down from the windowsill. She walked over to Noah, planted a light kiss on his hair, then turned toward the door. I'm going to get the elves. We need to plan our deployment. Bird-san and Schnee-san will be leading their squads, so we'll probably be on solo missions. As a witch and a sage, we should at least live up to our titles. Watching his fiancée walk out the door, Noah tilted his teacup and took a sip. His fingers trembled slightly. It was no doubt from the excitement building within him. 5 days later, Sui Hateno contacted the city with a single word, ready. Chapter 40.1, Exchanging Mischievous Smiles. The time it had taken to complete the project was remarkably short, unbelievably so. Honestly, I couldn't really grasp it. When my parents did this, it took them nearly 2 years, but that was because they had to design everything from scratch. If someone asked me to do this from zero, there's no way I could pull it off. We already had a basic blueprint, most of the magic formulas could be reused, the materials were prepared, and, on top of that, Mother, who had experience from the previous time, was with us. So, even though it took 2 years back then and only 9 days this time, I can't help but feel like we're just riding on the achievements of those who came before us. That being said, it was done. And yes, we pulled an all-nighter to finish it. By the end, everyone was utterly exhausted. So, after contacting Sidir via the communication crystal, we all slept like logs for half a day. Section. This flavor is so comforting. It seeps into your tired body. The next morning, or rather, it was technically already noon. After a refreshing sleep, we were ready for some good food. Grandma Seralind, holding a bowl of miso soup, smiled warmly. I'm glad you like it. I was a bit worried. It's a flavor I'm not familiar with, but it suits my taste. Grandma Sui's soup, like? Mint too. Well, that makes me happy. Yes, just like you. Sitting side by side with Mint, both smiling, Grandma took delicate spoonfuls, while Mint hugged the bowl with both hands, bringing it up to her mouth. Today's soup was made with iriko dashi, with tofu and daikon as the main ingredients. By now, Karen and Mother were completely used to miso soup, and it had become a staple of their daily breakfast. I'm thinking it's about time we tried some grilled nori too, though I still don't fully understand the process to make it. We do harvest it from the Northern Sea, so maybe I'll start by trying to make tsukudani. Thank you for the food. That was delicious. With breakfast and lunch wrapped up, we couldn't afford to laze around. Winter was deepening, and in about 10 days, the year would come to a close. Soon, snow would start piling up, and adventurers would stop venturing into the forest. In other words, our time to set up the system was running out. I'm heading to Sidira now. I informed G. Liz through the communication crystal while heading to the guest room that had become our makeshift workshop. I walked over to that and lifted it carefully. It was shaped like half a sphere, with a brim that was slightly larger in diameter attached to the bottom half. The size was about 50 centimeters across. You could say it looked somewhat like a straw hat, but unlike a hat, it wasn't hollow, and it was made of metal. To me, a different comparison came to mind. In short, a flying saucer. As I held it in my arms, I muttered to myself in reflection. I never thought the familiar Mother talked about would turn out to be a machine like this. That's right. My parents had developed the GPM, Global Positioning Magic, an arcane network that launched familiars into the sky as satellites to reflect magical energy and triangulate positional data. This device we built was similar to one of those familiars. Of course, there were key differences between this and the GPM, Global Positioning Magic. The familiars in the GPM, Global Positioning Magic, were in high orbit, with hundreds of them scattered across the continent, reflecting magical energy but not transmitting anything. This one, on the other hand, wasn't going to fly that high, and we only had one. On top of that, unlike the GPM familiars, this one could emit magical signals. At its core was the fairy's tear, Colosan's gift to Karen. Inside, it housed an intricate magical circuit I had woven using new moon steel, a special adamant alloy infused with my own magic. The exterior was reinforced with eclipse iron and orichalcum, giving it formidable durability and an indestructible attribute that should keep it running for millennia, even long after I'm gone. This, in essence, was my solution. By leveraging the GPM, Global Positioning Magic, we would use this familiar to monitor the entire void forest. On the ground, observation devices would be placed strategically. If the concentration of magical energy in any area surpassed a certain threshold, The devices would relay that information through the familiar to a measurement crystal stationed at home. The location data received would be visualized as the magic apparatus automatically transcribed it onto a map. This used the same technology as the boundary fusion phenomenon observation device that Mother developed, and with both systems combined, we would be able to monitor the emergence of the Teiku from the comfort of our home. As I stepped into the yard, holding the flying saucer familiar, Karen and Chocola came running up to me. Sway, Sidira just contacted us. The observation devices are ready. The required number has been completed. I'd need to have those devices sync up with this familiar through a magical resonance at least once. Got it. Perfect timing. Now we're just waiting on G-Liz. We're coming too. Bark. Bark. Karen, are you sure you're okay? You're not tired? I'm fine. I slept really well. If anything, I need to move my body, or I won't be able to sleep tonight. I see. Chocola seems. As usual. Bark bark. Naturally, the ones pulling the all-nighters were me, Karen, Mother, and Grandma Seralind. Chocola, Pochi, and Mint were as lively as ever. Well, in Chocola's case, missing his walks probably left him feeling a bit stressed. You know, you could go on a quick expedition with Mother, get a good run in. Grr. Bark. Coming with me? Thanks, I appreciate it. Good girl, good girl. Though today would mostly be taken up by the trip to and from Sidira, tomorrow would be full of exercise for him, so that should help him let off some steam. While I was playing around with Chocola, Mother, Grandma, and Mint came out to see us off. Swaikuan, Karen, Mother heading out to distribute the observation devices. Aunt Sama will be watching the house while I'm gone. I'm sorry I can't help more. If only I had the ability to venture into the deeper parts of the forest. It's frustrating. You. Grandma, stay and watch Mint and Pochi? Yes, we can't leave Pochi alone, can we? Mint is so clever. MMMF. Their cheerful exchange was comforting. Honestly, having Grandma here has been a huge help, not just for creating the familiar but also for watching over the house. Grandma, if you don't mind, would you consider staying with us for a while? That's if your work allows it. Of course. I'll be happy to. The research bureau can manage without me for a while, so I'll be your house sitter. Grandma, stay longer? Yes, and I look forward to spending lots of time with you, Mint. Grandma gently stroked Mint's head, who clung to her waist with joy, then looked up at the sky with a soft smile. Ah, G-Liz Dono has arrived. Go ahead, Sway, Karen. Kazutaru and Viol must have had the same look on their faces as you two do now. Yeah. I bet Father had a lot of fun with this. I couldn't help but smile wryly, knowing exactly what that meant. When the GPM, Global Positioning Magic, was first brought to life, Mother had handled the internal design of the familiars, while Father had taken care of their exterior. Imagining what Father must have thought and felt when designing these familiars made me chuckle. In the sky above this world, there were small UFOs floating in satellite orbits. It was a sight that probably looked completely out of place in this fantasy world, though no one could actually see it. Still, the thought of it was endlessly amusing. Hey, that reminds me. As G-Liz descended, I glanced over at Father's grave and muttered. Back when I was a kid, I asked him, do aliens exist, didn't I? I can't remember if it was from a kid's book or some occult TV show that had piqued my curiosity, but I had asked him that question. His answer, well, maybe. Who knows? There could be all sorts of UFOs floating up there. One more coming up, Father. I lifted the homemade flying saucer familiar, showing it off to Father's grave. Chapter 40.2. This is our town. The observation devices that I had arranged for mass production in Sidira were slender rod-shaped artifacts, classified as a type of magic auxiliary tool. Each was about 20 centimeters long, with a pointed tip designed to be driven into the ground and buried up to its head, establishing its position. These devices were capable of receiving and reflecting a specific wavelength of magic emitted by the familiars. While the enchantment itself wasn't particularly complex, the use of rare alloys made them quite costly. To cover the vast expanse of the void forest, mass production was essential, and the costs were substantial. Initially, Mother and I planned to shoulder the expenses ourselves, But Noah took the matter to the kingdom, and they agreed to subsidize nearly half of the costs. When I questioned if that was truly all right, Noah laughed heartily and gave me a reassuring pat on the shoulder. This forest technically belongs to the kingdom, and if a rare existence were to emerge, the kingdom wouldn't be safe either. Besides, your family lives in the heart of this forest, Sway. If we don't support you here, the kingdom would lose its justification for keeping the heavenly bell witch within its borders. I understood his reasoning, and we gratefully accepted the help after all. If a rare existence did rampage beyond the forest, it would be a disaster. Thanks to the urgent mass production efforts, the observation devices were now piled high in a warehouse on the outskirts of town. There were over 300 of them. It's going to take us about half a day. Looks like we'll be staying over. Bark. My task was to imbue each device with the indestructible attribute and have them resonate with the familiar, the flying saucer. I psyched myself up for the work ahead, with Chocola by my side, though he didn't have any particular job today. Impressive, isn't it? Noah, Parker-san, and the Ajisha twins stepped into the warehouse after me, surveying the towering stack of devices. It's best to set these up quickly, right? Once you've finished 50, we'll each head to our designated areas. Yeah, thanks for the help. The setup would be a major operation involving my family and all of Sidera's adventurers. However, since I couldn't risk their lives, the adventurers were tasked with the outermost areas near Sidera, where the forest was relatively safe. Meanwhile, the more capable and agile Noah, Parker-san, and the Ajisha twins would cover the wide western section. Be careful out there. Don't push yourselves, and if you spot any mutant, make sure to avoid them. Yeah, I know. Each observation device could detect anomalies in the magic power crucible, such as the emergence of Teku, within a radius of about 30 kilometers. There was no need to place a device in an area if it was occupied by a mutant. The devices would still provide ample coverage. Given the nature of the task, it made sense for smaller teams of powerful mages to handle each section. So, our assignments were as follows. Bird-san's adventurer squad would cover the southern part of the outer forest. Noah and Parker-san were in charge of the western outer section. Rick-san and Noema-san would handle the eastern section. My family and the dragons would be responsible for the northern outer forest and the middle part. The void forest was vast. From my own estimation, its radius was likely around 600 to 700 kilometers. Still, excluding the northeastern Bay Area and the deepest sections where Teku didn't occur, the 300 observation devices should suffice, and our goal was to complete the installation by year's end. Sitting on the warehouse floor, I picked up the observation devices one by one, imbuing them with the necessary attributes and syncing them with the familiar. It wasn't a particularly complex task, but with so many to go through, and the added effort of infusing them with a slightly stronger magic, I'd probably be exhausted by the time I finished. But since it wasn't the kind of work that required intense concentration, I could chat with the others waiting behind me. Rick-san, have you heard anything from the elf nation of Alfheim yet? No, nothing. It's starting to feel strange, so I'm planning to head back and check on things myself. Do you think it'll be all right? If something's going wrong over there, they might detain you or worse. It's unclear what the Council of Elders is planning, so I can't rule out the possibility. But honestly, I'm more worried about the opposite. The opposite, that is, if they were in such dire straits that they couldn't even send a response back. Well, I did hear back from our parents. I subtly probed them about it, but they said there's nothing particularly unusual going on. Did you tell them about the Athanak settlement? No, I didn't. The investigation was a direct order from the Council of Elders, so I'm bound by confidentiality. I see. Rick-san and Noema-san planned to return home after this task was finished, hopefully before the end of the year. It made sense, they couldn't just leave things unattended indefinitely. After a while, I finished 50 of the devices, which Rick-san and Noema-san collected before promptly leaving the warehouse. The next ones to arrive, or rather, return, were Karen, along with Bird-san, Schnee-san, and Tomo-san. Sway, I brought some food. Oh, thanks. I'll eat it when I get hungry. Did Tomo-san make it? Yes, it's a special from Skylark Pavilion. It's a sandwich filled with dragon eye yuzu jam and white apple compote, both said to have magic power recovery properties. Thank you, I'm looking forward to it, I said, turning back to express my gratitude. Tomo-san took a milk canister from Schnee-san, poured the contents onto a plate, and set it down for Chocola. Here you go, Chocola-san. Thank you for all your hard work. Bark, 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 bark. Chocola barked excitedly, wagging his tail as he lapped up the milk. I couldn't help but chuckle at his enthusiasm. Sorry for relying so much on you all. It's honestly frustrating, Bird-san said with a wry smile, plopping down beside me. Even with all of us working together, we can't even cover a fifth of the southern edge of the forest, right? Sometimes I wonder if we're just getting in the way. What are you talking about? Covering a fifth is a huge help. And besides, we wouldn't have these observation devices at all without you guys. The 300 devices were only possible because everyone in Sidira had given their all. From sourcing materials, notifying the various guilds and craftsmen, to managing schedules, they had made it happen despite the town's everyday needs. And though the overall coordination was handled by Cliché-san, who had been running around, pulling it all together while I wasn't there. Remember what I said before? This town is my home. As I continued imbuing the devices with magic power and synchronizing them with the familiars, I looked at Bird-san's large shoulder beside me. It's not just me. Noah and Parker-san are part of this town now, too. Even Rick-san and Noema-san are adventurers living here. So, Bird-san, you're the one leading all of us. Hey, that's a bit dramatic, don't you think? I don't think so. None of us would be here without you. We wouldn't be rallying together like this to protect the forest. Even my father would say the same. Boss, stand tall, came a blunt but encouraging voice from behind us. That's right. You've just married a beautiful bride, haven't you? If the husband looks downcast, it'll dull the shine of the woman's prestige. So, keep your head up for Lila-san's sake. Tomo-san added teasingly. Bird-san looked up at the ceiling for a moment, as if enduring something, then adjusted his cross-legged position and let out a deep breath. All right, I get it. Sway, I'm counting on you. It might be a tough job, but hang in there. Yeah, thanks. Hearing that helps me get fired up. All right, here we go, another 50 done. I pushed the newly enchanted devices toward Bird-san, who stood up and called out loudly to those behind him. Noah, Parker-san, your turn. And remember, don't push yourselves. If you sense a mutant, retreat immediately. Keep up with the scheduled check-ins. Roger that, boss. Yeah, don't worry. We'll follow the things you taught us and keep safety first. Parker-san said, nodding confidently as she packed the devices into her backpack. Watching them, I felt reassured and turned my focus back to the task at hand. Chapter 40, Interlude 2, Sidira, The People of the City, Part 2. Nope, Parker, Rick, and Noemi had all gone into the forest. Half a day after seeing them off, Dolche Afanak, feeling hungry, left the mansion alone and headed into town. In case you are wondering, Nope employed a few servants, so even if Dolche spent her days lounging about, her basic needs were taken care of. Meals were provided, baths were drawn, and her bedsheets were changed. However, Noemi had insisted. You should go out into the town occasionally. Try eating out. I'll give you some spending money, so use it within your means. To be honest, Dolche was scared. She had only recently begun to understand the concept of money. She had gone shopping with Parker and Noemi before, but she had never done it alone. Dolche placed about a quarter of her allowance into a small leather pouch and started walking through the bustling market on the main street. The lively crowd felt dizzying just to watch. Oh, isn't that the lady from the prince's place? In the midst of the crowd, an old man selling fried bread called out to her. What, you're on your own today? Oh, yeah. Hi. She didn't know his name, but she recognized his store. She had eaten there a few times with Nope and the others. He is someone who had drifted into town from the royal capital. Selling bread filled with sweet and savory meat and fried in sesame oil, she remembered it being incredibly delicious. The prince is off in the forest. Things sure have been hectic around here lately. Is it 'cause the year's end is near? Nope was often referred to as Prince by the townspeople. While it was partly because he was indeed the third prince, it was mainly out of familiarity. Despite the grand title, people treated him casually, drawn to his friendly nature and approachable demeanor. Dolche, who was often seen at his side, was remembered just as well. Nope sans. On an important mission, so he'll be away for a while. I see, so this young lady is watching over the house. If you're looking for lunch, how about some of my bread? I'll give you a discount. Oh, okay, I'll buy some. Dolche agreed, not having anything specific in mind and feeling swayed by his offer. How many do you want? You had about 2 last time, didn't you? The same. Thanks. Normally it's 30, but I'll make it 20 for you. The man said, packing the freshly fried bread into a paper bag with practiced ease. Dolche reached for her leather pouch, clutching it tightly in front of her chest, but just as she was about to open it, thud. Dolche felt a sudden impact. Kia. Dolche fell on her butt. She couldn't quite grasp what had happened. Her vision blurred, and she found herself sitting on the ground without understanding why. Then she noticed her leather pouch, the one she had been holding tightly. Hey, thief! The vendor shouted, and Dolche's eyes widened. A thief, a pickpocket. Someone who stealthily steals wallets as they pass by. Noemi had warned her about such people, telling her to be careful when out in the city. Dolche had been careful, holding the pouch tightly in front of her chest, gripping it with both hands and never letting go. But she never imagined someone would brazenly snatch it away like this. People on the street stopped to see what was happening, but the thief had already vanished into the crowd. Dolche just sat there in shock, unable to move. You're not getting away. Let go of me, damn it, came the thief's angry shout from somewhere within the crowd. Dolche remained seated on the ground, her mouth hanging open in stunned silence. Section. Here, check if anything's missing. A few minutes later, a leather pouch was lightly placed into Dolche's hands by a smiling man. He was an adventurer who had happened to be passing by and had caught the pickpocket. He was a young man with slicked back hair, a sharp gaze, and a scar running across his cheek, giving him a rather intimidating appearance. However, his demeanor and tone were gentle. Nice job, Zeke. That was impressive. It's nothing special. Still, what was that? Even for a pickpocket, it was way too sloppy. Must be some drifter who just wandered into town. No way that kind of thing would fly here. The thief, a young woman, was being taken away by the town guards. Zeke watched them go, still smiling. No, everything's still here. Thank you so much. No worries. You're the girl being looked after by the prince and his crew, right? Bad luck running into trouble while you're walking around alone. Zeke replied kindly, his gaze soft as he looked at Dolche. Despite his rough appearance, his eyes were gentle. So, the prince and the others are all away, aren't they? Yeah, it's a big job. An assignment from Sway-san. I'm heading out tomorrow with Bird-san and the others. Well, you've got your work cut out for you at the end of the year. Dolche barely registered their conversation. Familiar names floated by, but her mind was preoccupied with another feeling entirely. Zeke, the young man who had helped her, had a rough, imposing look. To put it plainly, he was intimidating. In Athenac's settlement, there was no one with such a fierce appearance. Everyone there had a mild and harmless demeanor. But still, even though he looked so frightening and his manners were coarse, this man was kinder than anyone she had known back in the settlement. No, it wasn't just him. The fried bread vendor, the lady who helped her up, the strangers who offered words of comfort, even the onlookers who glanced over with concern, all of them showed kindness towards Dolche. Each one of them cared for her, the Fujinoko, and looked at her directly, without prejudice. Hey, old man, throw in some bread for me too. 3. All right, thanks for your business. How about 5 for 60, including the young lady's share? What's with that deal? Good business, huh? Whatever. Hey, kid, consider this a little bit of good fortune me and the old man are treating you, Zeke said, handing her a bag of fried bread. Dolche reached for her pouch to pay, but Zeke stopped her saying no need. Here's the payment, old man. Hey, I said 60, but there's only 50 here. I told you, This is on us. The girl's new to Sidira, right? It's on us to make up for her lousy encounter with that two-bit thief. We've got to show her how generous this town can be. Can't argue with that. Dolche lowered her gaze, feeling a mix of emotions. The woman who had helped her earlier patted her on the shoulder and said cheerfully, "Looks like you made some money, young lady. Money is hard." "I don't really get it," Dolche murmured, clutching both her leather pouch and the paper bag close to her chest. The coins were cold and hard, but the bread was soft. Both, however, were warm. Dolche decided that once Noemi and the others returned, she would tell them all about today. Chapter 40.3, To Sky Our Stars, and that day began with clear skies from morning. It had been about a week since the observation devices were embedded with special attributes in the town of Sidira and entrusted to the townspeople. Noah and Parker-san, Rick-san and Noema-san, Bird-san's team, and us, myself, Karen, Mother, and Giles and the others. We deployed all available personnel, moving as fast as possible, and embedded observation devices throughout the entirety of the Void Forest, excluding its deepest part. It hadn't been without incident. Noah and Parker-san encountered mutants twice, while Rick-san and Noema-san had one encounter. Noah's team wasn't able to avoid a fight during one of these incidents and had to battle it out. Thankfully, they emerged victorious, but my heart sank when I received the report. Bird-san's team, on the other hand, had to abandon installation at 2 planned sites where traces of mutants were found. However, thanks to their cautious approach, there were no casualties, showcasing the skill of experienced veterans. As for the 2 sites they couldn't cover, we took care of those later, so it wasn't a problem. Ultimately, the installation of the observation devices was a success. The devices are buried underground and have the attribute of indestructible, so they're highly resistant to damage by beasts. There's a slim chance that a giant beast could swallow one whole, but the system is designed to detect such large movements, allowing us to reinstall it if necessary. Unexpected situations may still arise, but we can adjust the operation as we go. The measuring crystals and recorders that serve as the system's output terminals were installed in 2 locations, Sidira and our home. These devices are boundary fusion phenomenon detection systems, designed by Mother and similar to the one that alerted them when I and Chocola were transmigrated back here. It's a mechanism that marks the coordinates of magic power crucibles on a map when they reach a certain depth, information provided by celestial familiars. In Sidira, the Adventurers Guild kindly provided a dedicated room for the device, but at home, we struggled to find a spot. The only unused room was the guest room, and having it stationed there felt awkward. After some debate, we decided to build a new shed next to Pochi's stable to house it. This way, I can check on it while caring for Pochi, and if an anomaly occurs, a bell will ring to alert us even at night. Chocola will notify us. And so, though it's cutting it close with only 3 days left until the new year, we managed to complete everything before the harsh winter set in. We succeeded without having to carry the task into the next year. Section. The winter sky was clear and not a single cloud could be seen. Looking up, the sky stretched endlessly in a serene and deep azure. It's perfect weather for a launch. Bark. Our whole family, me, Mother, Karen, Chocola, Mint, Pochi, and Grandma had gathered in the garden. Joining us were Liz, 4 Seasons-san, and Color-san. With so many of us looking up, it was quite the sight. I've lived a long time, but I don't recall any year-end being as hectic as this one. Grandma Seralind said, her hand gently holding Mint's. But now that we've completed this task, I feel rather refreshed. Grandma, you stay? Leaving already? Foo-foo. Everyone's asked me to stay for the new year, so I'll be here a bit longer. Yay. Mint cheered, hugging her tightly, and Grandma smiled down at her. We've finished preparing for the winter. While Grandma is here, let's all take it easy. Bark. Bark bark. Kyuru. Karen looked relieved, her posture relaxing, while Chocola and Pochi made their usual noises. Whether they understood or not was anyone's guess. This brings back memories. I remember launching familiars with him on a day just like this, when the sky was clear. Mother said, standing beside Father's grave. She looked up at the sky, occasionally glancing affectionately at the gravestone. That shape is quite stylish, like a UFO. Yes, I know this one too. Adamski, right? Must have been in Japan, maybe from a picture book or something. Yes, probably when we were kids. The two of us together. Four Seasons San and Color-san were chatting, observing the familiar in my hands. This whole situation had stirred up many memories from 2,000 years ago for them. I hoped it wouldn't become a burden, but seeing their cheerful faces, perhaps my worries were unfounded. The sky. Liz murmured solemnly, eyeing the two of them. You're launching that strange object higher than I can fly, right? Yeah. It needs to cover the entire range of the Void Forest's magic influence, and we can't have it colliding with you, either. It's not alive, so it won't mind the thin air. Truly, an amusing idea. Well, it's not my idea. I'm just copying Father. And he, in turn, borrowed the concept from the other world. I smiled as I spoke, and slowly, everyone fell silent. All right, let's do this. So I raised the familiar, shaped like a flying disc, above my head. A circuit had been formed, connecting the observation devices scattered across the ground through the flow of magic. The heart of the familiar contained Color-san tear, a jewel infused with the magic of a fairy. It was a gift from those who once saved the world. Rooted deeply in the world due to the changes wrought 2,000 years ago, it connected with the Earth's magic, a fragment of the world itself. Karen imbued it with wind magic, levitating the familiar. Mother concentrated her fire magic, providing propulsion. Liz twisted the threads of magic, pulling them together to control it. Then, I layered my own magic, binding everything with the power of darkness, making it eternal. Rise and soar. I don't know who said it, Karen, Mother, Liz, or maybe me. It was a wish, an unspoken incantation, released into the air. The disc gently slipped from my hand, rising slowly at first before accelerating straight up into the deep blue sky. Higher and higher, farther and farther. Like a star being born. Chapter 40.4. On Earth, people gaze at the heavens. That day dawned with clear skies from the morning. Under a vast, endless azure sky, a large crowd had gathered in the plaza before the Adventurers Guild in the city of Sidira. Hey, isn't the deep part of the forest pretty far away? Someone asked. Yeah, they say it takes about a week, maybe 10 days by lizard carriage. And that's while constantly fighting off monsters as they come. It's not something just anyone could pull off. Someone answered and someone else chimed in. With it being so far, the weather's probably different over there too, right? But look up. Not a single cloud today. It's bound to be the same over there. Someone said with a chuckle, to which another sighed, while yet another reassured them with a grin. It's almost time. A deep voice rumbled through the plaza, silencing the buzz of conversation. It was Bird Jungler. He is the leader of the adventurers and one of Sidera's most respected elite. His towering, muscular figure, framed by his unkempt beard, tilted back as he gazed up at the sky. Standing beside him, his recently wedded wife, Lila Jungler, smiled warmly. Turning to the young man behind her, Lila asked, Hey, think we'll be able to see it from here? What do you think, Schnee? Come on, what do you think my eyesight is? I'm not a bird, you know. He's got a sharp nose though. The moment we get home, he can tell what's for dinner just by the smell. It's really something. Youth, Schnee's wife, annoyed him. However, it was a very low voice with a graceful smile so no one could hear it. I doubt we'll be able to see it from here, no matter how high it goes. I can't sense its magic power either. A handsome young man and a beast girl shrugged their shoulders as they stared at the northern sky. Still, we had to be here for this. Yes, even if we can't see it, agreed the Elven siblings, their faces resolute as they too gazed skyward. The sun is bright today, but somehow it feels nice, said a hunched girl with pointed ears beside them. Her ears are twitching with excitement under her tousled hair. We're finally about to see the fruits of our sleepless efforts. Boss, maybe hold off on the booze for now if you want to look dignified. Ha. When we aren't hammering metal, we smiths deserve a drink. Remember this, you lot. Proud craftsmen who swagger around are never worth much. The dwarf chuckled, gulping down his drink. His wife laughed, and their apprentices sighed in unison. Watching the scene from a little ways off was a middle-aged man, his face lined with exhaustion, dark circles under his eyes, the guild master, cliché-bearingly. "I'm done. This has been the busiest time of my entire life. Never again, please," he groaned, sitting on the guild's porch, letting out a deep sigh. Yet, even though he grumbled, his eyes sparkled with satisfaction and joy. And then everyone fell silent. Each of them, from the adventurers to the guild staff, stared intently at the sky, their faces tense with anticipation. Breaking the silence, Bird pulled out a communication crystal from his pocket. After checking the display, he took a deep breath and announced to the crowd. "A message from Sway. The familiar has successfully launched." Ooh, ooh. A few heartbeats later, the plaza erupted in thunderous cheers. "Did you see it?" "Nope, couldn't see a thing, and I even enhanced my vision to the max." "Yeah, I figured we wouldn't. But hey, if Sway says it's a success, then it's a success. Man, all our hard work paid off. Prince, Princess, and the Elven witches. You guys really went above and beyond. What are you talking about? We all did what we could. Every person here is a hero." "Well said." The plaza buzzed with shared triumph and relief as the crowd celebrated their achievement. Suddenly, the atmosphere changed, becoming a storm of celebration. People cheered and praised one another, the adventurers, craftsmen, and guild staff alike. They clapped each other on the back, bumped fists, and reveled in the success of their mission. "Everyone, listen up." Clapping his hands to gather attention was Cliché, with Bert standing beside him. After clearing his throat, Cliché stepped back, allowing Bird to step forward and raise his voice. "First off, well done. You've all worked hard. I know it was a hectic time, with preparations for winter and the new year, but you pulled through. And don't worry, there'll be a hefty bonus to make up for it." The crowd started to cheer at the word bonus, but Bird raised his hand to silence them. "Now, listen carefully. This project was to prevent the emergence of something even more dangerous than those mutants, the rarest of them all, the rare existence. But just because we succeeded doesn't mean that the Void Forest is safe. It's still a deadly wilderness. The moment you step in, you're one step away from death, and you never know when you might run into another mutant. We're still low on the food chain, still prey in this world's hierarchy." His expression turned serious, and his sharp gaze cut through the crowd. Then, he smirked boldly. "But hold your heads high." A confident grin spread across his face as he continued. "We are the people of Sidir. We live on the front lines. We're the rough-and-tumble lot that stares down the divine will's broth and fights back with sheer guts. You won't find another place like this, not in this country, hell, not on this whole continent that's as full of heart and fire as Sidran." The eyes of everyone gathered sparkled with pride. They gleamed, fierce like beasts, yet radiant like the sun. When you walk through the forest, remember this. Beneath your feet lies our pride. When times are tough, remember, the stars above are watching over us. And when you go home, don't forget. Don't forget the comrades who live deep within that forest. A vision came to everyone's mind of a young man with black hair and his family. The face they all pictured was unmistakable. Don't forget their carefree smiles. When they come strolling into town, let's be ready to greet them with smiles of our own. Let's not have them hear that one of us has fallen and break their hearts. To them, this place is another home, another hometown. Just like we are all family, they are family too. So, hold your heads high. Be proud to be citizens of Sidir. Ooh. The roar of the crowd reverberated through the town, a cry so loud it seemed like it would reach the depths of the forest. Voices rang out, echoing toward the cobalt winter sky, dissolving into the air. Section. Up, up and away. Like a star. The familiar soared into the sky and eventually stopped at the designated altitude. My dark magic locked its coordinates, ensuring it wouldn't move regardless of the weather or even if a meteor struck it. Though fixed, it still followed the planet's rotation, always hovering directly above the Void Forest. I wonder if the message I sent to Birdsan, confirming the success, has reached them by now. All we've done is prevent the rare existence from emerging, but the forest is still just as dangerous as ever. Bark. As I ruffled the cheeks of Chocola who came beside me, I smiled. Still, maybe, just maybe, everyone can breathe a little easier now. Bark. Mint bounced around excitedly, hugging Grandma. Karen leaned against Pochi's large body, staring up at the sky. Four Seasons San and the others stood hand in hand, sharing a smile. And Mother gently stroked Father's grave with a loving expression. That day had dawned with clear skies. I took a deep breath, inhaling the crisp, cold air beneath the deep blue of the winter sky. Chapter 40.5 There are footprints in the void forest. The second snow of winter began to fall. The cold was creeping in, and the wind bit through to the bone. It's getting too cold to have tea out here, isn't it? It can't be helped since we're outdoors. Color-san gazed at the garden from the gazebo, and Karen responded with a hint of regret. Four Seasons San smiled and nodded. You should come visit my place during winter. The Tokawaka castle never changes. Ara, Four Seasons, where's the charm in that? I want to see the garden covered in snow too. Color-san pouted, puffing out her lips. I gently intervened between the two. There's beauty in winter, for sure. But we can't just ignore Ter-na Nog either. Let's enjoy the best of both worlds when we can. As I sipped my tea, I glanced over at the bushes beside the gazebo. There, fairies were happily flitting about, playing. It looked like they were playing hide-and-seek. The cold of winter didn't seem to bother them at all. I imagined they'd soon be fluttering over to my house too, just as carefree. And Shiki and the others, being their parents, would watch over them with gentle smiles. Suekuen, do you have a moment? Mother popped her head out from behind a cluster of bushes, having come through the vine tunnel. What's up? It's about Pochi's water trough. The flow seems a bit weak. Can you take a look? Sure. I had just finished my tea, so I waved lightly to the three of them and left the garden. Karen, having grown quite fond of Color-san, chose to stay and chat rather than follow me. I felt a bit jealous. Grandma, one more. All right. This time, let's aim for an even higher throw. Work together with Chocola, okay? Yeah. Bark. Mint and the others were playing with a frisbee in the field. Grandma was the one throwing it. Was that really okay for her? She's physically younger than me, you know. Mother gave Grandma a side glance, looking exasperated. It's true, Grandma looks about my age. With a swoosh, Grandma's frisbee shot into the air at a sharp angle. It reminded me of the time we were playing with a ball and a wyvern flew off with it. Hopefully, that won't happen again. Go, Chocola. Bark. Mint and Chocola dashed side by side. Mid-run, Mint hopped onto Chocola's back. Locking her eyes on the frisbee high above, he kicked off the ground. It didn't seem like she could reach it, but... Bark. Yeah. To my amazement, Mint stood up on Chocola's back and leapt again, making a two-stage jump to snatch the frisbee in mid-air. Incredible. Is that wind magic, or maybe darkness magic? Whatever it is, it's definitely defying the laws of physics. Mint and Chocola landed safely, and ran back to Grandma, tails wagging. Grandma smiled warmly as she patted their heads. Chocola's really warmed up to her. Yeah, I'm glad. After all, Aunt is part of our family. As we passed by this heartwarming scene, Mother and I made our way to the stables. Kiwayu? There. I scratched Pochi's neck as he nuzzled up to me affectionately, then checked the water trough. Sure enough, the water flow seemed weak, and the pressure was inconsistent. There might be some mud building up in the U-ditch. I'll clean it out tomorrow. Let me know if there's anything I can help with, okay? It's fine. Mint can take care of it in no time. But yeah, I should check all these things before the year ends. Most of the preparations for winter were done, but it wouldn't hurt to do a thorough cleaning, inside and out. It's a custom from back home, Japan, but using the new year as a chance to refresh things isn't a bad idea. If the cold gets harsher, the water trough might freeze. I doubt the hose will burst, but I might have to ask Karen to make sure you get your water. Kiwayu. All right, time to head back to the house. I should start preparing dinner soon. Since Grandma's staying with us, I've been making the meals a bit fancier than usual. I want everyone to enjoy good food together until the new year. As I was thinking about that, I noticed something beside me. Mother was staring quietly at the observation hut next to the stables. It was a hastily built shack we'd put up just a few days ago. It was only big enough for 1 or 2 people, and inside were a measuring crystal, a map of the void forest, a magical device that output coordinates, and a bell that would ring automatically in case of any disturbance. She gazed at it with a somewhat wistful look on her face. "What's wrong? Did something happen?" Without turning to face me, she spoke softly. "It took 5 years. No, 6, to make something like that." I was completely absorbed in it. "You mean, the one in the capital?" "Yes. The boundary fusion phenomenon observation device. It was the mechanism that alerted us when you teleported that day. It was 13 years ago that I caused the fusion phenomenon, sending this house, father, and Chocola to the other side." Mother didn't have time to grieve. She immediately set to work to reunite with us, preparing for another fusion phenomenon to happen, wherever and whenever that might be, ensuring she wouldn't miss the moment or the coordinates of our return. Using GPM, global positioning magic, pouring all her magical knowledge, technology, and financial resources into the effort. She spent 6 long years, single-minded in her task. For the first 2 years after it was completed, Karen and I stayed glued to the device. But Karen grew up and couldn't stay cooped up in the research bureau forever. As her foster mother and as the bureau's director, I had other responsibilities too. Mother turned toward me then, gently cupping my face with both hands. Not a day went by that I didn't pray for the bell to ring. No matter how busy I was, it was always in the back of my mind. But the observation device stayed silent, year after year. I knew the theory was sound, but why wasn't it working? At some point, I think I even started to resent the device. And then, those slender arms wrapped around me, pulling me close. Her trembling lips pressed a soft kiss on my hair. It wasn't for nothing. The time spent frantically designing the mechanism. The days of endless trials. The long years of waiting. The frustration, the anger when the bell refused to ring. But finally, the bell did ring, and our family came home. And now, it's being used to protect this forest, our home. It wasn't in vain. Heavenly bell. With my hand resting gently on Mother's trembling back, I let the words form on my lips. The bell that announced our return. The bell that warns us of danger in the forest. The heavenly bell Tenrei that Mother created for us. What I've done this time is merely reuse the achievements of my parents. My father's invention of the global positioning magic and Mother's boundary fusion phenomenon observation device. I've just repurposed and combined the two. In the past, I might have been troubled by this. I would have felt uneasy, wondering if I was merely tracing the footsteps of my parents, forever following behind them. But now, 9 months after returning to this world, with the confidence of having walked my own path, even if just a little, now, I'm proud to see their backs still ahead of me, and I'm happy to see their footprints at my feet. I hugged Mother tightly, then let go and smiled. Taking her hand, I turned us toward the house and asked as we walked. "Let's go, Mother. What would you like for dinner?" Afterward. That was the end of Volume 7, There Are Secrets in the Void Forest. This volume revealed the threats lurking in the Void Forest and the fear from 2,000 years ago. It also depicted the people living alongside the forest. Next up is Volume 8, titled, The Warmth of the Frozen Winds. This will be a change of pace from previous volumes, focusing not just on Sway, but on other characters as well, and depicting life during the winter season. It will likely be a volume with no major incidents, more like a collection of interludes, so I hope you enjoy the atmosphere. End of Volume 7.